Just doing it live. I am Mark Hopkins. I'm here with Ryan Harper. We're kicking off day 3 of the show, day 2 of our broadcast at the North American Blockchain Summit. We're having a lot of fun, talking to a lot of great people. We're both wearing our best jackets.
It's my only jacket.
Right, but it's your best jacket. Right, I'm wearing
It's my Ted Cruz jacket.
It's your Ted Cruz jacket. It is Ted Cruz Day.
I should have sent my. Oh my God, I look disgusting. I should have sent that video to Sohail so he could like play it right now. Like,
right.
Actually, I can do that right now. He's good. He'll cue it up. But yeah, it's been a great conference.
It's been a great conference. Do you feel? Are you breathing now? Because you weren't breathing much at the beginning of the week.
I would say my talent in business is hopefully finding the right people to put them in the right places, so then I could just take credit for everything and do nothing.
Right.
But what that also means is then you're the everything guy and running around carrying stuff.
Right.
And sweating.
Yeah.
So that's been my last 3 days.
Yeah.
And then today I'm like, oh, we're off to the races. Okay, I don't really have. Okay, cool. I guess I get to hang out with Mr. Hopkins.
I saw you sitting in a chair, which is something I haven't seen for like a week.
I was more. That was a meeting.
Sure. Well, we haven't had a meeting in a long time. That wasn't like hunched over like a screen trying to do logistics and everything. So I'm just what I'm saying is it looks like things came off without a hitch.
Yeah.
Or at least appeared to do so.
Yeah. No. It's. I think the event of the responses that we've gotten are overwhelming praise.
Yeah. Which is good.
Oh, you may have not seen this on the news. You might have gone to sleep, but it might not have been on the news at all. But one of the things that I was really trying to push for yesterday was a Vivek RFK meeting.
Yeah, right.
Did you see that?
I did not see that. Did it happen?
The New York Post picked up that they met up and were talking about blah, 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 blah. Well, it's funny because how they meet is like, oh, it's so casual. Okay.
Yeah.
No, it's
you've been
like,
working on this for 6 months.
Hey, let's have. Yeah. It's like, how do we get these guys to? And neither, it's all political, but a meeting did happen in a hallway. A quick conversation, a handshake, and I was like, that's really cool that took place.
Ryan Harper, political operative.
No, Lee Bratcher, political operative.
Right.
But it's a team effort. But it's so funny on that how, one guy does not make anything. It's a team effort.
Sure.
So even just having two political guys come together, it's an effort.
That's right.
From a team.
Yeah.
So there's that aspect of it. So that was really cool. Having RFK in town was cool. Vivek in town. But what I was saying is the amount of press, the amount of tweets, the amount of media exposure, like we talk about a lot,
right.
Because we're a media company, and if you need video production or media consulting, Harper Belmont Media.
Right.
Or if you want live coverage at your event, The Merge.
The Merge, yeah.
Yeah, but so far it's been great. It's hard to judge like last year to this year because this is your third event or is it your first event? So I like to look at this as the first event versus the third event.
Right.
Because the first two were Texas Blockchain Council, Texas Blockchain Summit. This one's the North American Blockchain Summit brought to you by the Texas Blockchain Council. And one of the meetings I was just in was like, hey, this needs to be in DC. So it's like, okay, do we bring this to DC or do we keep it in Texas or do we travel?
What is the capital of crypto in America? I would argue Texas.
And that's maybe Austin.
Yeah, I mean either Austin or, Fort Worth is the first city in North America that mined its own Bitcoin.
I know that. You know why I know?
Why do you know that?
I was there.
You were there? You know how I know that? It was in they did the photo shoot in our Bitcoin mine.
Yeah.
So, yeah, it was.
Wait. What did you say? The first miner?
First city to mine Bitcoin.
Oh, the first city. Yeah.
Yeah. But they did the mayor's photo shoot in our mine just down the road here.
Yeah.
Because it was they didn't have a nice, pretty looking, well lit mine for the city of Fort Worth, so
the original one was in City Hall.
Yeah, well, no, but they did that's where it still is.
Yeah.
No, but the photo shoot they did for it was not next to the actual mine.
You're talking about the
photo
photo
in the Star Telegram, yeah.
Yeah, the photo of like all the data center gizmo stuff.
Yeah,
I don't even know what that could have been a stock image, but I mean, yeah.
Yeah, it really could have been.
Yeah.
They could have done it on a green screen.
No. It was that day was crazy because that was a year and a half ago.
Yeah.
And so Lee and I and a couple other people, we were at a meeting down in ERCOT and in Austin.
Mm-hmm.
What's the big center down there?
Are you talking about
Windstone?
the convention center or something else?
No, I'm talking about like mining.
Oh, I don't know. I don't know what's close to Austin.
It's close to Austin. Giant Bitcoin mining facility. Right. That's where Riot was. That's where Rhodium was.
Right.
Anyway, so we took a helicopter from Dallas to there to do that, and then we flew back so we could make the Fort Worth meeting.
Oh, wow.
And I felt like a rock star, even though I was just there just to be the media guy.
Right.
But I felt important.
There you go. Well,
I wasn't, but I felt
important enough to throw into a helicopter.
Well, it was more like shove because I'm a big dude.
No, I don't think so. So, did you say you did send him the video?
Oh.
Yeah. I mean, we've been talking, so it's kind of hard.
Sorry, my bad.
Yeah, text it to Jen.
To Jen?
Yeah. So I'll talk while you're doing that. I'm going to talk a little bit what we got lined up for today. So we've got kind of a unique day of broadcast. We're going to start out speaking with Mason Linall, who is one of the founders of ATX DAO. I also will be on a panel with him later this afternoon with Mark Schutt on the main stage over. You can't see it on screen, but it's like way that way. And also
it's very technical, way that way.
Way that way. Well, I'm using my pointer finger. So, it's a visual medium, people. So Rajiv Kamini is the CEO of Ardyne. We'll also be later on. We're going to talk a little bit about some of the similarities between the AI data center and the Bitcoin mining data center. That's one of the topics I want to hit on again today, as we did yesterday with some of our guests. And Fred Thiel of Marathon Digital is going to be on to come close to the end of the show. We're going to close it out, hopefully with Mark Schutt and Loudmouth, who we had on Web3 Ready last week, loudmouth.eth, who is a character. You're going to love hearing from him.
You know what's funny about him is the fact that this is some of those crypto, or I would say most crypto events are crypto-y.
Yeah.
And you've got the Comic-Con-y type vibe. So him walking around here with his bright shoes or his bright jacket looks great. You're like, who's that guy? Because he stands out.
Yeah.
Because everybody else is they look like bankers.
This looks like an enterprise show.
It's very enterprise.
Yeah.
And people are loving it. They love the industry aspect of it. They love the enterpriseness of it. And I think We Got a Hit is something that I've heard numerous times.
Loudmouth is surprisingly different.
It's pretty cool
than he presents himself as. It'll be a good.
I was going to talk to Jen,
interview.
but he ran away from me. Sohail talking to you? Should I just
Sohail was talking about because his mic also goes to the live, right? So he was talking about Loudmouth, and it's a surprisingly serious thinker for an audacious dresser.
That's I don't know if that's a compliment. Hey, this guy's surprisingly serious.
Well, I mean, you look at him.
He knows what he's doing.
He knows what he's doing. Yeah.
Okay. He's a goofball.
Yeah.
He looks a little goofy.
Yeah. But he's going to come on here and give his thoughts on this. I'm curious. It'll be kind of like it's between me, Frank, and Loudmouth. It's almost like 3 generations of crypto conference attendees, because I've been in crypto long enough that everybody at a Bitcoin meetup looked like Loudmouth. Just was dressed in the most weird, crazy, it was like you were normal if you were abnormal if you dressed like Jen or anybody, normal civilian clothes, right? And then the next generation is, I would say Loudmouth, right? He's been through a cycle or two.
He's the next generation?
Yeah, he got into it during the NFT cycle, right? Yeah. So it was 2016, 17, 18.
You know what I think we should do?
What's that?
We should go have a meeting right behind people on camera.
Right. Yeah, well, this is where business is happening.
Deals.
Happening.
Business with a hard D. Business. Come to the North American Blockchain Summit and have business. I don't know. I'm so either I'm really good on camera or really bad on camera because like I can be distracted, but hopefully not like. But we're like, let's make a joke of it.
Right.
So.
Yeah.
What are you excited about for today?
Well, today, of course, I'm doing the DAO panel.
Yeah.
So I should read the questions I'm being asked, probably.
Yeah.
But it's going to be myself, Mason, who's our first guest, Carla Reyes, who was on yesterday, and Mark Schutt, and I think that's everybody. One of Mason's co-founders, I believe, is also on the panel. I'm kind of interested to bring the cypherpunk flavor, the sea of loudmouth dressing crypto anarchists to the panel, because like while it's not obvious from the show floor, it looks very enterprisey. At the after events, the people that you talk to, there is still a cypherpunk libertarian strain that's still present here. I mean, and you could tell that's true from the language that RFK and Vivek were using yesterday on the main stage.
Right.
I mean, as I've said a few times on the air, I was shuffling around, getting ready for the show to start, and my ears perk up when I hear Vivek say choke point, which you've heard me talk about on Roundtable a bunch. So, like, he's speaking the language.
Right.
He's talking to the people that are here.
I will say with Vivek, because Vivek, so he'll will remind me. I was already a fan of him just because like I like what he says, but he is so kind. Like, and he's obviously making a huge effort to be a man of the people. Now, is that fake? I don't know. Is he just putting on an act? I don't know. But I don't think it matters. Like, if you treat people the way he was treating people, that's great. Like, he was pleasant to me. One of my favorite things yesterday was I had him. I said, hey, can I have a 30-second favor? And he's like, sure, what do you need? I was like, you see that woman over there? Because we were going down the escalator. I said, can you just go over there and say, Naomi, you're doing a great job. So our entire entourage, imagine a presidential campaign entourage walking 30, 50 feet.
Naomi must have been sweating bullets just seeing that coming at her.
Naomi's like, what did I do? And I'm like, Naomi, come here. And then, a presidential candidate, hey, Naomi, you're doing a great job. Just want to tell you that. And all I can think about is like, how awesome would it be? I mean, this, for all the reasons to have somebody president, but how awesome would it be is if this guy gets president, and then she'll have that memory of this guy came up to me and said, I did a great job. So I was really proud of that. But he was just super personal, super nice. In the fundraising room, he gave everybody a great amount of time. And I like him a lot.
Right.
Not standoffish at all. Like, all his security was plain clothes. But again, it's because I think he's trying to shake the, hey, I made a lot of money doing pharmaceuticals. Right. But who cares if he's nice?
Sure.
Yeah. I mean, I guess policies and politics actually should matter too, but you know what? He was nice.
He's a nice guy.
He's a nice guy.
My politics are weird, so it's hard for me to say I'm a fan of any, person who's trying to run for office, but I will say that he is talking about a lot of things that appeal to people in my demographic and the demographic of the attendees of this conference, and it's going to be hard to. Well, the question is that going to be enough to? Is that going to be enough to matter to a general population? I think it is refreshing to hear somebody who is not a typical Republican, because a typical Republican be pro-technology. I feel like a lot of the people in the Republican Party the last 2 or 3 cycles are being pro-Bitcoin, pro-blockchain, pro-innovation simply because Elizabeth Warren is anti-blockchain, anti-Bitcoin, which is fine. We need advocates. But, I want somebody to actually be pro-innovation because they actually like innovation, not because the other guy hates it, Yeah. And it seems like that may be a perspective that Vivek represents.
Yeah, I don't understand politics in the sense that when you have a lot of stuff going on and people are just like, hey, climate, let's make it about politics, red versus blue. okay, crypto, red versus blue, like mining, energy. It's like not everything has to be a political hill to die on.
Right.
Like, and I think
let me introduce you to American politics because
I know, but it's like the bipartisanshipness is like almost non-existent.
Okay.
But like, hey, I like really clean drinking water. I guarantee whoever says that, the other party is going to find a way to do magic logic in their head to switch it up, and it just like doesn't make sense to me. I mean, you see that in a lot of places, not just crypto, obviously.
Obviously, yeah, all over the place. So we are about to roll into our first interview of the day with Mason.
Okay. Did Jen get those videos? I sent him a picture of the crowd.
No.
Does Tyler need me?
I don't think I got loaded up into the deck.
Give me a face. You need me? I don't know. But I sent Jen my Ted Cruz video that Paul made, which is great.
Yeah.
I sent an exclusive. I tweeted about it, but I don't think anybody picked it up. The video of RFK and Vivek meeting.
Okay.
So that's in Jen's phone.
Okay.
So it could live first on YouTube on the merge.
On the merge, yeah.
I also tweeted a great picture that Madison took of the crowd. And also took a video of when RFK was on, so I put that.
Well, we'll try to do that during the roundtable today. We'll get those up.
Yeah, if you want to roll that through, I think that that could be some cool little footage. The Ted Cruz video may not make sense because it was from last year.
Right.
But it's my favorite thing on the internet. Oh, look, it's Madison.
Yeah.
I look so bad. Oh, look. Oh, there we go.
Is this it? That's it. This is breaking news right here.
Oh, yeah. Oh, I don't know what he's... Yeah. Okay, let's see. So that's the picture. Okay, yeah, there we go.
This is RFK and Vivek meeting.
So like they're meeting. Look at that. I mean, it looks pleasant. Yeah. And then the guy in the purple maroon sweater.
Yeah.
You know who that is?
No.
I forgot his name, but he owns the street. He's behind Bitcoin Magazine. What is his name? Christopher would know it.
Okay.
I think it's not James McAvoy, but it's something like that.
Okay. Well, let's get that information.
I think I'm being told to leave.
Yeah, we've got to wrap up here because we've got our first guest here. Yeah.
My non-existent earpiece. Okay. Do we just leave, or do you want to?
Well, no, let's go ahead and go to break, and then we'll bring Mason on and get started with the day.
God, I look.
And welcome back. I am Mark Hopkins. I am here broadcasting live all week. Well, it's the end of the week, so I have been broadcasting live all week at the North American Blockchain Summit here on the Merge. I am joined with Mason Linnau here today from ATX DAO, and we're going to talk about DAOs a lot today.
Oh yeah.
So I think we've been in group chats loosely associated with each other for a little bit now, but we finally formally met last night at the Mixer.
Yeah, that was fun.
It was I like that little speakeasy under the ground type deal.
Thompson's Bookstore.
Yeah.
Shout out Thompson's Bookstore. That's
right.
A nice venue.
Yeah, not too bad. So, I know about it, but let's talk to the audience. Let's talk a little bit about what ATX DAO is, and I would say you're talking to an audience that I've been belaboring the point on DAOs for like 6 months. So consider them pretty well educated on what a DAO is. But like, what is ATX DAO about? What are they trying to accomplish? What is your role in it?
Right. So fundamentally, ATX DAO is a community, like a grassroots community, right? And we have a geographic focus of the city of Austin. And our goal is to coordinate and leverage our talents and our passion to improve the city of Austin. So when you think about incentives or intrinsic motivation, everybody in ATX DAO is motivated to make Austin a better place. And the way that ATX DAO is different from other impact organizations is that we use Web3 tooling to do that coordination and behave in a more democratic process as compared to other nonprofits or just organizations in general.
Right. So it would basically be kind of the social impact class DAO kind of.
Yeah, I would say that we're an impact DAO in a lot of ways. At the beginning, we're kind of like a membership organization. We're a social organization. But when you get a group of people that are that passionate together, you want to start doing more than just hanging out, right? You want to make a change and make a difference in the world. So
I'm in the, I guess, newly formed DTX DAO, or I'm in the chat room that's going to become DTX DAO. And so I've seen the kind of the list of key learnings and kind of a roadmap that you put out for other DAOs that want to copy the moves of ATX DAO. I want to talk a little bit about that, and because some of those are interesting discussion points in my mind. Some of the things that you guys have figured out with regard to like maybe pricing thresholds to bring, to put up a picket fence, I would say would be the nice way to put it. You don't want it to be a free entry, but you don't want it to be cost prohibitive either. So talk a little bit about that.
So when I think about organizing a crypto community in a city, a lot of cities have a bunch of different meetup groups, right?
Right.
In Austin, at least at the beginning, there were multiple Ethereum-based meetup groups, there were DeFi meetup groups, there were Bitcoin meetup groups, but a meetup group has one function, and it's a great function. It's to go and have great networking events or share beers or whatever. But when you take the next step and put some type of financial contribution into a pool and put skin in the game, so to speak, every task and every project you go do from there is building a organization, building an institution. And part about that skin in the game piece is you want folks that are willing to put a little bit forward and demonstrate they have commitment towards building something.
Right.
And then once you put that money in the pool, then you have a budget to play with, and play with democratically, which is also really an enjoyable experience as well.
Right. So you guys are NFT-based membership tokens.
Yes.
So one of the archetypes that we've talked about on the show quite a bit is the Nouns DAO, which is also very similar to that. So talk to me about like what your architecture choices were and why you went kind of the direction that you went. Like what influenced those decisions?
The NFT membership is crucial to, I think, the longevity of the organization.
Okay.
Very strongly not opposed in a general sense, but as far as like how we operate the organization, very passionately avoiding a token.
Okay.
We believe that tokens induce a lot of risk as far as governance, like control of governance, speculation, being tied to the whims of the market.
Right.
And the way the ATX DAO rolls is that we decide as a community when to let new members in, which means there's no liquidity for our membership. If we have the decision to open a membership round, we get 50 folks that want to join, we issue 50 NFTs. So when there's a liquidity event, it's really just one member leaving, goes on the market, or they organize a peer-to-peer exchange. We've only had like probably 5 or 6 members leave. So if you want to join ATX DAO, there's a certain level of a process.
Right.
And the fact that you have a one NFT, one vote system means that your decisions are, again, far more democratic, and it also leaves for an opportunity for new members to contribute in a way that is different from an organization where you come in and there's seniority or there's an executive level that determines the strategy. I can walk in and be like, I want to go do a mural downtown. Here's my proposal. And if the community likes it, we're going to go spend money on a mural downtown.
Right.
It's pretty cool.
So one of the things I like about Nouns DAO, which is also an NFT-based DAO architecture, is the continual fundraising mechanism of it. So how do you handle anything past initial fundraising? Like what's the City DAO opinionated framework on further fundraising? Is it just these later rounds or opening membership up, or is there other things as well?
Yeah, so we've done 4 cohorts,
right,
and those have been great in funding our projects and our operations. We get sponsorships to cover large events, and we're looking to start a Chamber of Commerce style corporate membership yearly fee for access to community or whatever. It's funny you bring up Nouns though. We want to pivot our cohort style membership to a recurring Noun style membership.
Okay.
So we've actually designed a new algorithm called the dynamic auction algorithm, which will adjust based on the bid frequency and the closing price of the most recent sale. So if, let's say, South by Southwest is happening and people want to join ATX DAO, we're selling Nouns, we increase the issuance.
Right.
If not, we decrease the issuance, and it's not like we're losing our auctions look bad, right?
Right.
So we're growing to 211 members, and we have people continually being like, how do we join? And the idea of doing a cohort is highly centralized and highly time intensive.
Right.
So if we fork Nouns, do a separate version for our organization, we hope it works, because then we can package that and distribute it to all the other cities that want to do this as well.
Right.
The idea is creating an open source stack.
That's actually one of the things that I'm probably gonna bring it up on the panel. My experience with Impact DAOs, because a lot of them do there's I think it's 13,000 different ways to vote with different types of tokens on Snapshot, right? It's different ways of counting them, different types of tokens, whatever. So a lot of DAOs will be born, live, and die using Snapshot voting tooling. I find that the longer you depend on Snapshot, the higher risk you are of introducing some vulnerability that leads to a rug.
Yep.
That's just because the more governance that you have that's theoretical in a Snapshot system is you're introducing trust vectors, right?
Yeah, and that's definitely, I'll acknowledge, we're member managed, so we make our rules, we use Snapshot, and we as human to human people, when we've set these rules, we expect to follow them, right? So we haven't gotten to the point where a real conflict has happened where we got to bring lawyers in,
right?
But we're trying to build a new system of governance.
Well, this is what I'm saying. To me, and the tagline I've used since my experience with Ukraine DAO and Free Ross DAO is Snapshot has to be a way station to something else.
Exactly.
Right, and that sounds like where you're going.
Well, I mean, and Snapshot, from my understanding, is Nouns on-chain voting, fully?
Yeah, all on-chain,
Yeah, so that's cool to me. And I love Snapshot, and it's one of the best tools that I've ever used for anything in Web3. But on-chain everything would be really cool to get to. I would love our NFT membership pictures to be on-chain,
right.
But we aren't there yet.
Right.
Hopefully we can get there. But
yeah.
I mean, kind of what's the point of making an NFT if it's not on-chain?
Sure.
In a lot of ways. I don't mean to be offensive, but it's if it's an image in IPFS, that's cool, but I want to see it on chain. That'd be so sick.
Yeah, I was a fan of the OCM project, On-Chain Monkeys project. You see that one?
Yeah.
Getting vector graphics on chain is a big breakthrough.
Yeah, and our designer Kathleen Wendon, she's been experimenting and doing a lot of research on how to do something like On-Chain Monkeys.
That's great.
It's a project to figure that out, though.
I'm surprised that more projects didn't head down that path after OCM, and they're migrating to ordinals.
Oh, really?
So you could literally, the first person to do vector graphics on chain on Ethereum is gonna, or the second person is gonna own it. Yeah. You're gonna own the space. Pardon me. So yeah, they're good. I'm glad to hear that someone's pursuing that path.
Yeah, no, it'd be fun. I think the reason why it didn't happen more is probably because it's a little more difficult, from my understanding.
Yeah. Sorry, went down the wrong pipe while I was.
All good.
This is why
it's hard to drink something with the name the Fed on it.
Yeah, no kidding. So
some of the stuff the Fed does is hard to swallow.
There you go. We found it. No. So where else are you? Does ATX DAO consume your entire attention, or some other things that you're paying attention to in the DAO space that really are?
Yeah. So ATX DAO is meant to be like an extracurricular. It's a volunteer organization, and for the majority of my time at ATX DAO, it was something I did on the side. I mean, I was working many hours on it, right? But it was my full time, and then ATX DAO. In the past, since May, I've been focusing on ATX DAO more heavily. I left my job to kind of get the organization to a point where we could be more decentralized, right? Because as someone who scaled the organization a lot with my hands, there's a centralization risk. And so from May onward, we grew the organization, 58 members. We did a bunch of great events with permissionless. We worked on lobbying for a bill, and then we began the decentralization process.
Right.
And I'm happy to say at this point, I can step away and everything works.
Yeah.
So
right on.
Very, very pumped. And we're building an on-chain reputation system too.
Okay.
We just got a grant from Optimism. It'll be very interesting to experience. But if you've heard of HATS protocol, the idea is that you will earn these non-transferable reputation tokens, and once you hit a certain threshold, you can claim that HAT NFT. Comes with the Twitter login, comes with whatever. You demonstrated that you're a real member.
Right.
Why are you not the voice as well?
Right.
You should have that authority. So it's kind of like gamifying authority. It's like it's inspired by World of Warcraft actually.
Right.
Yeah. And at the peak of it, right, most reputation you get, you can become on the the multi-sig.
Right.
So it's cool, and I'm excited for that for sure.
Right.
And we can package that up and give it to other cities too.
Yeah, that'd be fantastic. I mean, the tooling has come a long way in the last year, but there's still a long way to go.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
There's a long way to go of anything new.
Right. Well, I mean, and unfortunately, some of the better tools died during the bear. Like, Utopia, I'm sure you're familiar with.
Well, okay.
I mean, there's some good alternatives, but
Utopia was amazing. But I mean, they said they pivoted. They're pivoting because they figured out that they have a really good off-ramp solution. But that's kind of what they're doing now. But I miss them.
Yeah.
That was our thing.
Yeah. They came to us through, I guess it was, so they're loosely associated with Pleaser DAO. Pleaser DAO is kind of the incubator for Free Ross DAO, and Free Ross DAO incubated a ton of DAOs, and so like just this huge ecosystem of impact DAOs. We're all very closely married to Utopia as a management tool. So it was definitely centralized. I mean, not centralized, but like pivotal architecture for us.
Yeah.
So
it's great.
Yeah,
cool.
I'm glad they're not dying. They need to like, if they're pivoting and they're going to try to keep the band together somehow, that's a good thing.
What my understanding is.
Yeah.
I think like from their perspective, they figured out that they could do off ramps better than a lot of other people.
Right.
And then I guess they had a lot of features.
Well, there's more money in the off ramp. Like what they were the one thing that they were trying to do to finally monetize was essentially sell like QuickBooks for DAOs.
Yeah.
And most DAOs don't have the budget to afford QuickBooks. Like most of the people that I signed up for Utopia, I mean, they were managing like a $10,000 treasury, and it's like a $3.99 a month premium product. They're never going to buy that,
I know.
So
we had that concern too.
yeah. But it's all a grind until you find the product market fit and the pricing. So they'll get there, I'm sure.
Yeah.
What else is on? I think we got a couple minutes, like one question left. So I've been asking this of anybody that's kind of policy savvy. It's a little bit of a pivot from the rest of the conversation, but you do policy work through or advocacy through ATX DAO and other places. If you could align, you may wave a magic wand, align the entire industry, the entire DAO, Ethereum, crypto, blockchain movement behind a single policy issue right now.
Yeah.
What is the most important issue facing the industry?
This is maybe not the best answer, but just I'm about getting things done and like actionable decisions and paths forward. And right now, and I'm biased because I'm wearing the Stand of Crypto pin.
Right.
But I think that we support the movement of getting the current legislation that's being worked on, get it done. Like, get your representatives on board with Fit 21, with the stablecoin bill, work on your senators to get them to make a companion bill in the Senate, and get this through. Like, it's not perfect, but it's pretty good, honestly.
Right.
It's a great way of delineating between securities and commodities, and it breaks the SEC's hold on what they're doing.
Right.
It gives the will of the American people a voice in the industry. And
Right.
again, like we can fix things later, but from my understanding of it and all the people I talk to, it's pretty solid. And they've been doing a lot of revisions, and all of our proponents are on board. So just getting your local representative, your local senator to get with the movement is crucial. And then we can fix all the other stuff, but we need to get something on the books. This is all my opinion. But
Sure. No, that's what I asked for. So. All right. Well, I appreciate you coming by today, and we'll talk later today on the main stage.
I can't wait.
And stay tuned to The Merge. We will have more live coverage coming up right after this.
Welcome back to day 3 of our coverage at North American Blockchain Summit 2023. This is day 3.
Day 3 of the show, day 2 of our coverage.
Got Mark with me, Frank Kushner, and we've got a great guest today. We've got
Joost Adrian. That's right. We practiced that earlier because we don't know Dutch very well, so we had to practice it.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah.
Well, thank you for having me.
Yeah, our pleasure. So you're in an interesting space. You're actually a 50-year-old, 60-year-old. Wait, how was it? 50?
Yeah, 50-year-old. So
yeah, K and
1969.
N, which is mostly known for like auto filtration systems, but
Predating blockchain just a little bit.
just by a hair.
Yeah. So I'm the director of industrial filtration, so I basically lead the product development side of the business for K&N on the industrial side.
Yeah.
We're 50-year-old brand, or over 50 years, 1969 established. So we are the inventor of the washable, reusable air filter for cars and motorcycles.
Sure.
Going fast forward, a few years ago, we were approached by a large hyperscaler to basically come up with a sustainable solution for.
Sure.
An industrial air filter for their fan wall,
Right.
and it all makes sense, right? Because there's about 60,000 tons of air filter waste going into landfills of North American data centers, combined.
Sure.
So that's a lot of air filters. That's a lot of money, right? So the formula totally makes sense. So we developed a washable, reusable air filter for use in data centers and industrial applications,
Right.
which eventually tied into the Bitcoin mining space because it makes even more sense in this space because
Sure.
filters are replaced more often.
Yeah.
I've heard stories of people changing filters every few weeks even, and
Right.
if the environment is really bad.
Sure. Yeah, especially with a lot of those companies out there in West Texas where there's
Exactly.
It's a desert,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah, exactly. So our filters they have a 15-year warranty. You can wash them and reuse them basically indefinitely. So you're now getting rid of that filter waste for 15 years long.
Sure.
So that's one aspect. And secondly, our filters are higher flowing. So what that really means is you can push the same amount of air through that filter versus a disposable filter, but at a lower fan speed.
So less
what
energy.
happens? Yeah, so the fans, the VFD fans within those data centers, they will adjust and basically turn at a lower speed.
Yeah.
And that's how you get energy savings. So
Yeah.
So with that particular hyperscaler, we saw a 35% reduction in energy cost. Just based on changing the filters alone.
And as we all know, energy is the key to the actual profitability of mining.
Right.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
that's
Absolutely.
an amazing, for just again, small, originally disposable type of unit,
Yeah.
tremendous savings.
Yeah, and it's kind of funny because I sometimes feel the whole filtration aspect is overlooked, especially in the Bitcoin mining space, because if you compare it to traditional data centers, these guys are highly sophisticated, right? They measure everything. They have pressure sensors throughout the entire building. They measure temperature, humidity. They can adjust everything from a control room. And in the Bitcoin mining space, it's very different. It's still a lot of kind of crude components, right? You take mining containers, you take a piece of filter cloth, mounted to the side, right? I mean, it's cool. I love it, right?
Yeah.
But I think it's really time. We're moving to an era where we're getting more sophisticated within the space. It's getting really serious, and filtration is an aspect that people should take a look at, probably a little bit more critically.
But it's I think a culture of disposable data centers is probably what leads that ragtag thing that you may not be useful. Someone from a traditional data center, because most of the equipment's going to have to be cycled out. It's got a 6-year at best lifespan for a miner.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah.
And you go from consumable to reusable, right? So that's the important part, is to be able to actually make it green, as you said, right?
Absolutely. And I think that's one of the good aspects of using a reusable product, is now you basically turn it into an asset, right? So a disposable product was an operational expense.
Consumable.
A washable reusable filter becomes a capital expense. So it's
better tax savings too, right?
Exactly.
Yeah, from a financial point of view, from a balance sheet point of view, it becomes a you can just, that's great. That's awesome.
Plus, if we were talking to someone at the show yesterday, and he was mentioning the fact that if you actually install a high quality filter that lasts for 15 years, you're actually increasing the value of your mining container, for instance, right? So if you were to ever resell that container now,
Kelly Blue Book style, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Right? Some aftermarket mods. So
and everyone keeps track of everyone keeps track of everything to a T to make sure that all your data is up. So it really makes a critical difference in good versus very good.
Absolutely.
Right?
Well, I mean, and aside from just the joking resale value of a container, there's also the capex. Right. Borrowing against the asset is one of the ways to finance the growth, as we talked about yesterday with Mike Alfred. So increasing the value of a unit actually helps operate, create more operating capital for the company. Now you brushed past in the kind of the overview of how you got into this. I'm curious, what was the moment? Where did the leap come from? Was it just a random inbound call, or was it an interest within the organization to maybe look at applying this? How did that? Tell me the story of how that happened.
Yeah, so our contact basically knew K&M from the automotive space.
Okay.
So, and we've seen that at the show, and by the way, it's an amazing show. We got a lot of really good feedback. I mean, we got some great speakers here, right?
Okay.
So, but yeah, that's definitely the icebreaker, is people see the logo, and it's on,
what are you guys doing here?
It's on decals and stickers all over the United States, right?
Yeah.
So that's how it started, basically. So this guy was using K&M products in his own personal vehicles, and he said, "Well, this is 1 and 1 = 2. Why has nobody thought of this before? I want to have your filter in my data center." So
that's the fascinating thing about what we're doing here in Web3, whatever. It's it's an air filter, it's a widget, it's a pick, it's a shovel, it's a utility. It requires the same types of things that other utilities need, and so it's really interesting to see. And I love it when we see a company rebrand, not even rebrand, but repivot based on a new opportunity, a new target market, and to be able to find somebody. To find somebody who's able to actually take an established 50-year-old company that's probably not going to shift or turn very fast, and then just immediately see the potential, it's pretty great. How did that happen? As far as how did he get traction? I've got a car, I use your filters. Hey, I want you to make industrial scale filters for a
data center,
40-foot container. How did that conversation happen?
Yeah, I mean that was pretty interesting. I mean, after that call, we started attending shows, like this one. We have a whole array of shows lined up for next year that we're doing. We set up a manufacturing department in Texas, actually right here, right around the corner. So
welcome, thanks for the jobs.
Absolutely. So, and feedback on shows like this, show us that there's so much potential for this, because so we offer free filter programs. So basically, we put our money where our mouth is. We say like, hey, let us send you some filters, and you try it out, and you basically see that it works, and that it pays off for you. So so yeah, that's kind of how it started growing. So as we have several pilots ongoing right now, we definitely see there's a lot of potential and a lot of interest from everybody, because the product just makes sense.
We interviewed so many people today that on the hardware side, and how would one of those guys get in touch with you? How would they find out about the company? How would they get in touch with you to find out specifications to build their new builds to?
So I think probably the best things, look on our website, knglobalfiltration.com. I'm on LinkedIn, so you can connect with me on LinkedIn, and if you're at the show right here, then we have a booth, so just stop by and we can chat a little bit more.
That's great.
Thanks.
Great.
Well, thanks for joining us, Joost. We'll be back in a few minutes with some more coverage from the North American Blockchain Summit. Stick around. Don't go anywhere.
T-3, we are go.
Between CZ and SBF, and SBF comes out and he specifically says, don't worry, all of your funds are safe. Now, in hindsight, think about how ridiculous that sounds.
The last week and a half has been absolutely crazy, with OpenAI releasing the new ChatGPT software.
Breaking gaming news. The new GTA 6 is going to be play to earn.
First Brexit, now Bitcoin. The Bank of England is creating a central bank digital currency.
Do you think that the government should have a role or should not have a role? Zero role. Do you guys think that AI will take over?
I think it will to a certain extent.
But my understanding is they want some company to scan your eyes. For what purpose? I'm not sure. How is it going to work? Through cryptocurrency. Wow.
Look at that, 941.
Wow. You were looking at me like I was crazy.
Yeah, no, I still am. Well, this is insane.
More than one, but yeah.
Eyes. And you're telling me that AI has blown up that much that not only have we gone from the biggest surplus of GPUs to basically almost doubling the value of the company that makes them, and that's cheap?
We no longer have to know how to write a research paper. With AI, it'll write the paper for you as long as you ask it the right questions and tell it what to do.
And what are the true drivers of AI? It could be a trend that lasts for quite a while.
Make enough to cover 100 times your monthly rent. Yep. That's $375,000. Yep. Wow, that's a lot of money.
Well, hello there. I'm Mark Risen-Hopkins. I'm a cryptocurrency and blockchain enthusiast who's been studying and learning about the space since 2011. On this episode of Ask Dr. Bitcoin, we're going to cover the basics. We're going to talk about what is blockchain, not this bill. We need to close this loophole. It's an insane loophole. Meme coins are typically much more transparent about their lack of inherent value. They're driven by market sentiment and speculation, yes, but they don't promise guaranteed returns.
Mark Shutt here for Crypto Pulse. Strap yourselves in. We have a lot to cover.
it's not that big of a
Here we are.
Welcome back to the North American Blockchain Summit 2023. I was able to wrangle in a couple of great guests. We've got a couple of people from Winston Strawn, amazing law firm. I've used them in the past for a couple of different things. Today we have Kim and we've got Colin here. They are kind enough to come and talk to us a little bit about how they feel about what's been going on and talk to us a little bit about how Winston Strawn is getting into, or has been actually fully involved in the crypto space. Kim, please introduce yourself. How are you?
Nice to see you.
Yeah,
so I'm Kim Pryor. I am the co-chair of the Digital Asset and Blockchain Group of Winston Strawn.
Okay.
And our practice is we have over 80 attorneys in the digital asset space.
Wow.
And we cover almost all practice areas. So that includes regulatory, compliance, litigation, intellectual property. We do energy. And Colin, maybe you want to talk a little bit about things you've been doing.
Sure, yeah. My name is Colin Grovey. I am also one of the 80 attorneys at Winston Strawn doing digital assets. One thing that might be of interest to your listeners, Frank, is that in energy, Texas obviously is a leader in oil and gas, and that's how I got my start in crypto. We had a loan through Wells Fargo to a company called Kraken, Kraken 1, Kraken 2, Kraken 3, not the crypto Kraken, the oil developer in Montana. And they came to the lawyers and said, oh, by the way, we have Bitcoin on our balance sheet. And I remember Wells Fargo calling us and saying, what is an oil company doing with Bitcoin? And it turns out the idea of natural gas, methane, and using that methane to power Bitcoin mining equipment is a new industry that's coming about. And actually, we just signed a brand new client, Verde, that is looking to do the exact same thing of using the wasted gas that would otherwise be flared. Don't flare it. Instead of flaring the gas, you can use it to power Bitcoin mining. So that's kind of how I got into it.
Yeah, it's amazing. I mean, if the more you talk to pure energy people, they're the fastest and earliest ones to adopt. It's like, wait a second, I could actually take my stranded gas and instead of flare it, I could actually throw some CapEx at it and then like turn it into an asset that I love. You know, that's great. The hardest part is, as you know, it's like it seems that easy, but then having it on the balance sheet. Like I had a client who was in a financial institution and he was specifically, they were like, wait, we may want to accept this for payments for annuities or for, you know, payments in general, but then the clients that have it on their balance sheet, they're like, ooh, hard to liquidate. How do we account for it? You know, and that's where probably the rest of the 78 are working on trying to figure out how to help companies do that. How successful? I mean, Dallas is obviously one of the biggest, you know, Bitcoin, or Texas as a whole, Bitcoin states. How critical has this area been in your practice as a whole?
I would say it's been very up and coming. We've been doing this for about 7 or 8 years now.
Wow, okay.
And it's just, it always ceases to amaze me, the ideas that come out of our clients and people in this space, always innovating, and it's just incredible. So it's become it started off just being like, you know, a one-off thing where a couple of clients, maybe 20% of the practice, and now it's really an all-encompassing area because, again, it hits on so many different spaces, right? And just depends on, again, we have clients that are innovators, they're coming up with new products. It can be real estate, it can be energy, it can be just the traditional financial services, solving lots of problems. So it really can be so much.
And you know what's fascinating, what I really love about working here in Texas, one of the first meetings that I had here in Texas, I went to a dinner and I was introduced to Colin, and it was like that, I was shocked to find out that, wait, what is a law firm doing putting people together? And I realized that law firms aren't just there to help handle problems, but to actually put vendors together. It's like, you know what, you should really consider what they're doing over here. So I found that really fascinating. I love that Winston & Strawn has done some things like that. Are there any other things that you guys are working on now, or that you have any events coming up?
Well, we don't have anything on the books yet, just because it's the end of the year, other than holiday parties and just fun, right? But we do have an event tonight, as you know, at Goldie's Barbecue, number one barbecue by what was the
number one barbecue in the state of Texas by Texas Monthly Magazine.
Exactly, and so we're looking forward to doing more of that connecting. And again, that's one of the value adds that we can bring, and we like to bring as lawyers. I mean, there's a million law firms out there, and we want to differentiate ourselves by putting together the best of the best and making sure that our clients have all the resources that they need with, you know, whether it's making connections in the industry, finding other service providers that can help them, but mostly so that we can exchange ideas as a group, right, and try to come up with, like, what is industry best practice? What should we be doing? How can we be doing this better? And let's come up with those solutions together as a group. I think we're all stronger as a group than we are individually.
Yeah, that one, so the dinner that you referenced, the value of that dinner and then the value of the event at Goldie's is that in our traditional practice, the banks, you know, JP Morgan, Bank of America, Wells Fargo, Goldman Sachs, they are not at all, to my knowledge, involved in any sort of Bitcoin mining companies. And bringing them to that dinner that you went to and then to the event tonight, that's sort of my vision, is to be able to connect the banks to the Bitcoin mining community. But that's where having people like Kim Pryor in Miami and Daniel Stabile, who's standing to the left of me overseeing what I say over here.
Hiding in the corner, hiding over there, we see him.
But that, to me, is the way to grow an industry. And we've done that in traditional, so take a traditional compressor deal. Kodiak Compression, and this is all public, is a company that started small, $30 million JP Morgan asset-based loan, but because of the asset-based loan structure at 3% interest, they were able to grow it to what it is now, $3 billion. Compressors are a big part of Bitcoin mining companies, but yet they can't get financing. The exact same compressor in one industry will get financed, in the other industry it won't, and I think there's something not right about that. And that's sort of my vision, is to be able to connect the banks to this industry.
Fabulous, and that's exactly, I mean, my last guest was amazing. It's K&N, and they do basically, they originally started off doing just regular air filters, and now they've created a niche business. And these traditional businesses do touch so many of them, and so it's fascinating. It's great that you guys are putting those guys together. I really appreciate you guys joining us here. How would people get in touch with you? How is it, obviously winstonandstrong.com, but how would they get in touch with you guys?
So we're both on LinkedIn, Kimberly Fryer, Colin Groby, and let's see what else. We're on our website, winston.com.
Okay.
You can find us there too.
Great. Well, thanks you guys. I really appreciate you coming on.
Thank you, Frank.
Thank you so much.
All right, take care.
Take care.
have to get the super secret handshake out of the way.
Everything I've been to.
Hey y'all, sorry, had some major technical difficulties. We are going to cut to lunch and we're all good now. Thanks for watching. Sorry to Colin and Kim. We did record the interviews, so we're going to re-upload it. Your audio was on there. Unforeseen technical issues, so see you after lunch.
How did you not take the dirty money? How did you help? Like, how did you grow the practice properly?
Well, and for me, it was all organic because.
And then you don't get a chance, right, to look at folks that have something different to bring to the table.
Right.
So we've been pleased with that. We spend about 60% of our budgets have gone out to minority and women-owned businesses.
Which is huge compared to the national average. I mean, I know Dallas is trying to get to 30%, and
you might have to create an account, but
oh, forget that. Too much work.
Yeah, that's a lot of work. But it is a good website. Every athlete uses it in high school, and everyone I know.
Want to hear something interesting? So I just looked up, why do we still have a 40-hour work week? And it says the best part of being a small business owner is that I can't fire myself. I could pay into social, this currency issue. I mean, I think the real difficulty is, again, everyone we knows is control. One of the questions that I really do have for the educational system as a whole is like, what are they going to teach? How are they going to change the curriculum as a youth at a much younger age than you are now?
T-3, we are go.
Between CZ and SBF, and SBF comes out and he specifically says, don't worry, all of your funds are safe. Now in hindsight, think about how ridiculous that sounds.
The last week and a half has been absolutely crazy, with OpenAI releasing the new ChatGPT software.
Breaking gaming news. The new GTA 6 is going to be play to earn.
First Brexit, now Bitcoin. The Bank of England is creating a central bank digital currency.
You think that the government should have a role or should not have a role? Zero role. Do you guys think that AI will take over?
I think it will to a certain extent.
But my understanding is they want some company to scan your eyes. For what purpose, I'm not sure. How is it going to work? Through cryptocurrency. Wow.
Look at that, 941.
Wow. You were looking at me like I was crazy.
Yeah, no, I still am. Well, this is insane.
More than one, but yeah.
Eyes. And you're telling me that AI has blown up that much that not only have we gone from the biggest surplus of GPUs to, basically almost doubling the value of the company that makes them, and that's cheap?
We no longer have to know how to write a research paper. With AI, it'll write the paper for you as long as you ask it the right questions and tell it what to do.
And what are the true drivers of AI? It could be a trend that lasts for quite a while.
Make enough to cover 100 times your monthly rent. Yep. That's $375,000. Yep. Wow, that's a lot of money.
Well, hello there. I'm Mark Risen-Hopkins. I'm a cryptocurrency and blockchain enthusiast who's been studying and learning about the space since 2011. On this episode of Ask Dr. Bitcoin, we're going to cover the basics. We're going to talk about what is blockchain, not this bill. We need to close this loophole. It's an insane loophole. Meme coins are typically much more transparent about their lack of inherent value. They're driven by market sentiment and speculation, yes, but they don't promise guaranteed returns.
Mark Shutt here for Crypto Pulse. Strap yourselves in. We have a lot to cover.
Thank you for joining us on the Merge TV live stream. Here's a sneak peek of the Merge Investigates. Think of Facebook, your personal social network. Your feed is populated by your friends, and their feed is populated by their friends, your mutual network. Your friends comment, like, and share your content for their friends to see, and their friends' friends to see as well. You can see how this model works in your circles. You add Johnny Boy on Facebook, you see his posts, you comment, "Damn, that's crazy," on his most recent Storytime wall post. Your comment gets likes from Danny Boy and Jimmy Boy. You start seeing their posts on your timeline. This is what you'd come to expect if you're in the 40% of the world's population who uses Facebook.
Into the future of social media, the term Web3 is a bit of a misnomer. Web3 is a concept of decentralized social media that puts the power of privacy and security back into the hands of the user. With Web3 platforms, privacy and uncensored material is favored, as the user controls their destiny. Where does this fit in our social graph model? Well, it's up to the user to decide that. All possible social graphs the user could integrate into is available to them.
So NPR just put out a report an hour ago about Twitter taking legal action against Threads.
Are we allowed to have laptops up? Is that not cheating? No, okay.
I'm just curious on what your thought is of this being a copycat platform.
Yeah.
And does Elon have the precedent to even threaten legal action?
So I am a lawyer.
An interesting thing I noticed people talk about was property value. Proponents of the ban suggest that short-term rentals lower home value in single-family residential areas, but having vacant homes in a neighborhood will also devalue their homes. Acknowledging they lower property value also has some weird consequences when they're okay with putting short-term rentals in multifamily.
Hey y'all, Dina here. So I know you're aware of the Airbnb ban out here in Dallas. Now, personally for me, I was so excited to check out my first Airbnbs, and all of a sudden my friend texted me and said, there's a ban in Dallas. Now, what's more interesting is our team here at Harper Belmont, they decided to go and research what was really going on, and they made a short documentary. It sits on the Merge TV on YouTube. I want you to go in, watch the video, subscribe to it, and tell me what you think, because in my opinion, it was pretty interesting. But hey, my opinion doesn't really matter. His might. All right, I'll see you later.
Welcome to The Merge. We talk about business, finance, and tech. It's the only things that we talk about so that you can live your life and rely on us to think about that stuff for you. We've got Money in the Bank with Frank. Frank Kushner comes to you every single week with market updates, personal finance advice.
What are the true drivers of AI? It could be a trend that lasts for quite a while.
Make enough to cover 100 times your monthly rent. Wow, that's a lot of money.
We've got Mark Shutt, who comes to you every single week with new tips, tricks, and news around the world of Web3 on Web3 Ready.
First Brexit, now Bitcoin. The Bank of England is creating a central bank digital currency.
You think that the government should have a role or should not have a role? Zero role. You guys think that AI will take over?
I think it will to a certain extent.
We got my personal favorite, Ask Dr. Bitcoin. Well, hello there. I'm Mark Risen-Hopkins. I'm a cryptocurrency and blockchain enthusiast who's been studying and learning about the space since 2011. That's where I come to you with a bunch of random but important concepts that you're going to need to survive in the world of cryptocurrency. Meme coins are typically much more transparent about their lack of inherent value. And we bring it home every single week here at the Merge Roundtable, where we'll talk about everything that happened in the previous week and have a little fun in the process.
But my understanding is they want some company to scan your eyes.
It kind of reminds me of Weird Al.
Rebecca Black, I was going to say, but yeah.
You were looking at me like I was crazy.
Yeah, no, I still am. Well, this is insane.
More than one, but yeah.
Eyes.
Threads, everyone made a Threads account.
I don't know what is Threads.
Came out like
It's
ago?
Instagram for annoying people.
Yes, hopefully we have something worth value to everybody here. So, thanks for joining us. Well, so let's go ahead and call it a day. We'll be back next week with more of this, and we'll see you again next week on this show. everyone. Welcome to today's deep dive on what undoubtedly will be one of my more controversial videos. Let me take you back to 2011. Picture this: late night coffee shop chats in Dallas with an old high school friend of mine. He had recently taken up a VP position at Bank of America, and amidst our reminiscing about our punk rock days and life's ironies, he introduced me to a term I'd never heard before: Bitcoin. To me, it seemed like a far-fetched system of credits, an implausible blend of technology and finance. But that night, curiosity got the better of me, and I found myself eagerly installing a Bitcoin wallet on my laptop, and a new passion was ignited. The intriguing world that blended technology, politics, finance, and revolutionary thinking is our focus today. Buckle up, grab a coffee, and join me as we embark on the exciting journey into the transformative heart of Bitcoin maximalism. Stay tuned. Bitcoin maximalism. What is it? In essence, it is a belief that Bitcoin stands superior to all other cryptocurrencies. Remember the saying that was entered into the congressional record, if it's not Bitcoin, it's a shitcoin? That about sums up the ethos. But it's not just about superiority. It's about the conviction that Bitcoin holds the promise of a decentralized finance in totality. In its early days, as I navigated the forums and crypto discussions, I saw the passion, I saw the fervor, almost akin to religious fundamentalism. This term, however, was coined derisively by Ethereum's creator, Vitalik Buterin. It was later adopted with pride by Bitcoin enthusiasts on social media. But the core idea is that if it's not Bitcoin, it's irrelevant. Such is the gravity of the belief that it even found its way, like I said, into the U.S. congressional record, echoed by Congressman Warren Davis. The conviction is clear. Bitcoin is ideal money, and all other crypto ventures merely pale in comparison. Only a handful out of thousands of cryptos are even worth a glance, let alone actual usage. But how did this belief take root? As we rewind to my early days in Bitcoin, I immersed myself in Reddit's r/Bitcoin and the Bitcoin Talk forums, and I encountered trolls and naysayers that emerged everywhere. Communities like r/Buttcoin emerged, challenging our beliefs, and in facing this opposition, the conviction of the early Bitcoin community only grew stronger. It was a daily ritual of refining our stance, defending the potential of Bitcoin. This shared defense, this camaraderie, laid the foundation for what we now know as Bitcoin maximalism. Bitcoin maximalism is more than just a belief, it's an identity. For many, it's a response to the numerous scams, frauds, and ill-fated projects that have sprung up in the crypto space. By staunchly adhering to Bitcoin, they shield themselves from unpredictability and volatility of newer and untested cryptocurrencies. And it's not hard to see why. Over the years, Bitcoin has proven its resilience, its security, and unparalleled potential as a decentralized cryptocurrency. The belief is not unfounded either. With its rigorous Byzantine fault tolerance and scaling capabilities, Bitcoin has continually adapted and thrived regardless of market conditions. So the next time you hear someone say, if it's not Bitcoin, it's a shitcoin, understand that it's rooted in years of experience, observation, and an unwavering belief in the potential of Bitcoin. But why this unwavering faith in Bitcoin? Well, for starters, crypto space is fraught with scams and frauds. Remember, we've talked about BitConnect and USITech on this show. By swearing by Bitcoin, you shield yourself from such deceptions. Then there are other well-intentioned projects that just don't take off. They start with a promise, but then they fade away, leaving investors in a lurch. This frequent heartbreak pushes many to cling to Bitcoin as the anchor in a stormy sea of crypto ventures. The case for Bitcoin maximalism is more than just about avoiding pitfalls, though. It's about recognizing the consistent value and stability that Bitcoin brings. Many remember the 2017-2018 boom-bust cycles with scam coins like BitConnect and USITech luring away thousands with promises of riches, but you also have to take into account the meme coins that have faded as well, like Dogecoin and Shiba Inu. Yes, it's not just about avoiding scams, it's about understanding the core ethos of the crypto world. Bitcoin in many ways embodies the principles that many crypto enthusiasts hold dear. Its decentralized nature, the security of its blockchain, and its resistance to censorship makes it a beacon of hope in a space that's often clouded by questionable projects. The frequency of these failures make many see them as no different from outright scams, even when they are well-intentioned. With Bitcoin's proven track record, many argue, why risk venturing into the unknown? Just stick with what's tried and tested. As bull markets surge and altcoins promise quick riches, the seasoned investor knows the value of patience and prudence. This is the essence of Bitcoin maximalism. And additionally, the unique technical strengths of Bitcoin further bolster the case of maximalism. Its proof-of-work consensus mechanism is proven to be robust against attacks. Its decentralized architecture ensures that no single entity can control or manipulate the network, and Bitcoin's limited supply of 21 million coins serves as a hedge against inflation and traditional markets. This is a principle that's not shared by other cryptocurrencies. The scarcity combined with a growing demand cements its position as digital gold. Now consider the vast world of altcoins. Many lack a clear use case, they have centralized control, or they operate in untested consensus mechanisms. Maximalism at its core is a choice for security, decentralization, and proven economic principles. Yet, is Bitcoin the be-all end-all? There's a broader perspective I'd like to promote here. I call it cypherpunk maximalism, and it's something that was coined and initiated by a cypherpunk named Timothy C. May. It's all about experimentation. It's less about profits and more about tech discovery. Why even bring this up? Cypherpunks paved the way for Bitcoin. They believed in the core values, but also see potential beyond just one currency. In its essence, while Bitcoin is undeniably revolutionary, limiting ourselves to just one perspective can blind us to the groundbreaking innovations that are out there. Timothy C. May's Cypherpunk Manifesto and the broader text Cyphernomicon serve as foundational text for this perspective. Cypherpunk maximalism embraces the ethos of privacy, freedom, and resistance against centralized control. It's a vision of a world where individuals have the power and the tools to communicate without fear of surveillance or censorship. Now, while Bitcoin certainly embodies many of these principles, it's not the only project out there that does. There are many other cryptocurrencies and blockchain projects that align with cypherpunk vision, and by focusing solely on Bitcoin, we miss out on these. For instance, consider the advancements in privacy coins like Monero and Zcash. They offer enhanced anonymity features, making transactions virtually untraceable. Then there's projects that are focused on decentralization applications like smart contracts and even decentralized governance. In a way, Bitcoin maximalism serves as a defense mechanism against the overwhelming influx of new projects. It's straightforward, clear investment philosophy. But cypherpunk maximalism is about exploration, understanding, and harnessing the full potential of the decentralized digital age. Furthermore, by embracing this broader perspective, we open ourselves to a world of possibilities. It doesn't mean we abandon Bitcoin or its principles, but instead we recognize the broader landscape, understanding the nuance, and appreciating the diversity of thought and innovation in the crypto space. So let's spotlight some innovations that challenge the Bitcoin-only mindset. First up, there's a service called Library or Odyssey. It's spelled LBRY. It was recently the subject of a big SEC lawsuit that recently resolved, but in its essence, what it is a YouTube alternative that's fully decentralized, marrying a version of Bitcoin's payment features with free speech and media storage. DeFi, or decentralized finance, is another game-changing innovation within the cypherpunk space, seeking to replicate traditional banking functions on platforms like Ethereum that have smart contract functionality. And how can we forget about NFTs? These non-fungible tokens are revolutionizing privacy and rights management, not just on the Ethereum ecosystem, but making their way into the Bitcoin one as well. Then there's a topic near and dear to my heart, DAO tooling. Tools like Moloch DAOs and Gnosis safes have transformed the landscape of decentralized governance. They not only enable digital-first censorship resistance organizing, but also empower grassroots movements globally. A striking example of this is the Ukrainian resistance movement, which leveraged these tools for self-defense during the early days of the Russian invasion. Such real-world applications underscore the transformative power of decentralized tools. Nostra is another noteworthy mention. Nostra uses public-private key cryptography to create a platform for censorship-resistant communications and social media. In a world where freedom of speech is increasingly under threat, platforms like Nostra stand as bastions for free expression. But the crypto landscape doesn't stop there. Projects are constantly emerging, each offering unique solutions to real-world problems, whether it's tracking financial inclusivity, ensuring data privacy, or creating decentralized marketplaces. The crypto universe is bustling with innovation. While Bitcoin remains a pivotal player, it's essential to recognize and celebrate the myriad of projects that are pushing the boundaries of what's possible in the decentralized space. Considering the rapid pace of innovation and technology, the crypto space is never stagnant. Platforms like Chainlink are bridging the gap between off-chain data and on-chain smart contracts and making decentralized applications even more potent. Filecoin and Siacoin are revolutionizing the way we think about cloud storage, providing decentralized alternatives to cloud providers. And it's not just about technology, it's about the underlying philosophy. The spirit of decentralization challenges the status quo, upending traditional power structures. It offers a promise of a world where individuals have more control over their data, their finances, and identities. Look at the rise of decentralized exchanges, or DEXs. They provide peer-to-peer trading without the need for a middleman, ensuring that users maintain control of their funds. Or take the burgeoning sector of tokenized assets, where real-world assets like real estate and art are tokenized on the blockchain, democratizing access and ensuring verifiable authenticity. In this vast cosmos of innovation, Bitcoin is the North Star. It's guiding us, it's inspiring us, but as we traverse this universe, it's crucial to keep an open mind, to be curious, and to embrace the wealth of creativity and innovation that the world of crypto has to offer. So let's wrap this up. While my journey began with Bitcoin, the crypto universe is a vast and ever-evolving world. The Bitcoin maximalism can offer a safe haven, but let's not close our eyes to the wonders beyond. I challenge you, explore, question, and discover. Dive deep, and who knows what treasures you're going to uncover in the crypto abyss. So whether you're a staunch Bitcoin maximalist or a curious explorer of the vast crypto universe, it's essential to approach with an open mind. Now, if you found this enlightening, don't forget to hit that subscribe button and share your thoughts in the comments below. Until next time. Hey, thanks for watching The Merge. We've got a ton more stuff for you to watch on YouTube, on So welcome back. I am Mark Hopkins. We are at the North American Blockchain Summit. We are on day 3 of the conference, day 2 of our coverage. We are rolling into the home stretch, and I am here with Josh. You are a lawyer. You're in the blockchain space.
Yes.
Tell us a little bit about you and your practice, and then we're going to talk about some of the interesting... We're going to have some of the interesting discussions we had last night at the bar. Not all of them.
Not all of them.
But some of them.
But some of them.
So give us a quick introduction of who you are and what you're about.
Got it. Well, thank you. I'm Josh Lawler. I'm an attorney in California. I am at the firm Zuber Lawler, which I effectively co-founded about 20 years ago. I come out of the securities, finance, M&A world originally, but have been kind of in the distributed ledger technology kind of rabbit hole, possibly even at sometimes being the rabbit digging the hole, for about 10 years.
Right.
And in that time have picked up all of the kind of money transmitter, money service business, intellectual property, tax, international trade elements as well.
Right.
To a point that we're really able to kind of like envision the ecosystem and kind of deliver services on a very holistic basis.
Great. What was your like origin story? Like what I always, whenever I meet someone in the legal space, it's not common that they have, it's not just that it's not common, it's incredibly uncommon to find someone that has a competency with the concepts and the tech. So it's got to be an interesting story how you kind of fell into it and gained the knowledge.
Sure. I mean, I've been a futurist forever, and I have a hard science background, so that probably helped.
Yes.
You know, in 2017, when ICO mania hit and being a securities attorney, that really made me actually look at it for the first time instead of just being surrounded by people in it.
Right.
And I started reading and trading. I got my Ledger Nano S. I got that verified on Kraken.
Yeah.
And when I really focused on it, I got very lucky, and I can't really explain it. I just kind of have a head for it in kind of a semi-extreme way. And I didn't understand for the first 6 months or so that was the case, and walked around kind of being like, okay, I don't understand why people find this difficult. And then one of my clients, actually a guy named Chris McCoy, really been OG himself, he's like, no, you don't get it. It's not that they don't get it, it's that you do. And that was actually the first time, and I kind of went, it dawned on me.
Right.
And at that point, then I'm kind of like really did dig in, and then I started thinking about applications for the technology, not cryptocurrency particularly, not as this is security, as this not, but the concept of a distributed ledger. And the idea that, for the first time in human existence, literally dating back to like the guy in the cave counting mammoth steaks and berries, you had this equality of access to information.
Right.
That changes so many paradigms and so many things, and makes things much more efficient and can make things much better in a lot of ways. And when I say better, I mean like in a just qualitative, like good over evil sense better. Right. And I've fallen all the way down the rabbit hole like with that. I mean, there's a lot of very big problems to solve. We're in very early innings right now, just kind of messing around trying to get the regulatory right.
It feels like, I mean, it's 15 years in for the the whole space, a little bit more than that, and it just keeps feeling like the more we accomplish, like so much more is left to go, because it's one of these technologies like AI or something else is going to eat software is going to eat the world. Crypto is going to eat a lot of it.
Yeah, well, what's happening now, at least from a U.S. regulatory perspective, is it's almost like you've dropped a little dot of water onto a paper towel and it's spreading.
Yeah.
And the first place that the water hit was the SEC. And it hit because the SEC looked in 2017 and said the mainstream investor is getting abused. We don't know if we really have jurisdiction here, but we're not going to wait and ask questions. How we test go.
Right.
And so it became a big battle over securities. And you didn't have FinCEN in quite yet. You didn't have the IRS in quite yet. FTC a little bit, and they backed off. I wish they'd stayed in a little bit more. But now you do have IRS and FinCEN are front lines at this point. They're the next two areas where I think you've got massive misunderstanding and overreach. And what the motivation is, I don't know exactly. But those are the next ones. And I think the securities analysis piece, we may be almost done with that, honestly. I think we're getting towards a good place. We've had some great decisions out of the courts that have been very well thought out and well reasoned, and I think have given our legislatures what they need to be able to harmonize a cohesive regulatory structure. So I'm hoping that happens, that it seems like Congress has got enough voices in it that are really knowledgeable and trying to put us in a place where the United States is able to participate in the innovation.
Right. So what does that look like? What is the harmony that how is this going to look as you like to predict the future?
Yeah.
So what does that harmony look like?
Sure. So, the first thing is the recognition that a token is not by itself a security of being a string of software code. That helps a lot. Gensler's comments, they all look like tokens. That's gone, thankfully.
Right. Good.
Yeah. If it's a financial product in the classical sense, it's a security. Mm-hmm. And it should be treated that way. And the fact that it's on a token is no different than the fact that it's on a piece of paper or recorded digitally on a certificate somewhere. Doesn't make a difference. If it's not a financial product, almost always it's going to be a commodity, because almost everything is a commodity. And the Commodity Exchange Act takes a looser kind of hand on regulation of commodities. It regulates, swaps, futures, leverage very heavily, as well it should, brokers, but it leaves the spot markets relatively undisturbed. Absent market manipulation and fraud, you pretty much, those are open. And most of what people do is in fact spot market commodity trading, which makes sense because, if you have a token that has a use case, it's a payment for compute resources or it's access to a DApp or whatever it's going to be.
Right.
It's a lot closer to an ear of corn than it is to a share of stock.
Right.
So you don't need regulation to buy an ear of corn at the market.
Ideally not. I would not.
Ideally not. Maybe the FDA, maybe the FTC. Somebody should make sure that corn is not being misrepresented to the public. I'm good with that.
Right.
And that's actually where I hope Congress goes. The court in Terra Luna, I think they got the law horribly wrong in one sense, but they got the policy right doing it, which is not unusual for courts. The idea that you can have an investment contract with a secondary purchaser that you have no actual contract with because you made statements to the public is complete garbage.
Right.
That makes no sense in any kind of rational world. But the concept that the issuer should be responsible for the statements they make to the public makes all kinds of sense. And that's really what the judge there was saying. Is you put your statements out there, fine, it wasn't in an investment representation because you didn't actually sell to them directly, but you knew what they were going to do. I'm all about that.
Right.
I would love to see responsible communications laws.
Yeah, no, but that's fine. We've had that in other areas of digital, like blogging was subject to disclosure rules by the FTC.
Yep.
Hasn't killed off blogging.
No, and that's Federal Trade Commission, consumer protection stuff. You can't say "Made in America" about a product unless it's made in America.
Right.
That's fine.
Yeah.
I'm perfectly comfortable with that type of regulatory approach.
Anything that feels like protecting me from fraud, right? Misrepresentation, truth in advertising, it doesn't really. That's civil protections, right? That's not like a So
most importantly, it doesn't carry the burden of labeling something a security such that a market can't make a market in it unless exchange acts have been filed, where the exchange acts require GAAP-audited financials, which are based on profit and losses that have nothing to do with the value of a token that's based on circulating supply and demand.
Right. So we got to wrap up this segment, unfortunately, but I do want to ask one last question because you were paying attention a little bit earlier today, more than I was, to the Chainalysis.
Yes.
And I wanted to get a quick, because he said some interesting things. We talked about it before the cameras turned on, and I want to get your sense of what he was saying that was important for those that are in the industry, that are paying attention to some of the stuff going through Congress with Senator Warren and others.
And then the Wall Street Journal. And, the basic gist of it is, at least with respect to terrorism, that they would massively prefer that digital assets were used because it maintains an immutable record that they can track down and actually analyze kind of where the funding is going and where the terrorist networks are. And it's a lot easier for them, so much so that Hamas itself has pleaded with its people to stop providing donations because it actually apparently does lead to seeing their networks. If somebody sends digital assets to a Hamas wallet, then somebody's watching that wallet, and as that funds other things, those other things get compromised also.
Right.
Short version is that Warren and the Wall Street Journal do not appear to have the right story on the terrorism front, and that is what it is.
But he was mentioning ransomware.
Well, yeah. And ransomware is
on the other hand.
Yeah, ransomware is more sophisticated, and also if you think about ransomware, it's not funding a terrorist action.
Right.
So, somebody ransomware, they get your, $50,000 of BTC or whatever it is, and it sits there forever. It doesn't have to go anywhere. It doesn't compromise anything else. I mean, obviously, it's good to prevent fraud in all of its forms.
Yeah.
I just don't want to overreach doing it.
Yeah.
And that's the one of the dangers we're in. I mean, not as much as I really don't want to foster human trafficking or illegal anything. But man, what we are doing now in terms of clamping down on individual freedoms and tracking people and what they do is absolutely atrocious.
There was a guy about a year and a half ago named Ron Paul, not the other Ron Paul, not the one who we all know, RONPOL, who brought to my attention that the UN did an in-depth multi-year report on Western KYC BSA practices, and found that they were 98% ineffective in capturing actual crime.
Oh yeah,
and the idea that we would want to reapply these ineffective tactics onto the blockchain in response to a very small amount of bad actors' misanthropic actions is really a bad thing for society.
It's a bad thing for society to do that, and even worse, it's not just applying it to the blockchain. They're pulling in on fundamental rights. I mean, there's no such thing as a right to anonymity.
Right.
But I think we all feel like we understand what that is. It's like, if you're kind of minding your own business out in the world, the idea that somebody's going to be keeping, minuscule track of you is kind of, it's repugnant to most people.
Right.
And, I understand the idea that you've got a person of interest, you've got a reason to go after them, you get, a subpoena from a court or whatever it's going to be. But, we shouldn't be in a world where the government has got pinpoint level data on people.
Right.
Anyways.
Absolutely, you're absolutely right.
I went a little further than I intended. But now you know how I really feel.
I always say it's not a Barbara Walters interview, but I guess we just opened up the floodgates.
Yeah, there it is.
Yeah. No, it's been great having you on the show. Next time we're at one of these events, or next time you're in Dallas, you should come by the studio and we should continue this conversation.
Absolutely, Mark.
See if we can get you to say some other things you don't intend to say.
Oh, it's not that hard.
Anyway, stay tuned. We're going to have more coverage coming up right after this.
luck.
Welcome back to the Merge TV. We're covering the North American Blockchain Summit. As we speak, we have Ted Cruz in the background talking about policy in Texas and this interesting place we're at. We've got Rajiv with us from Ardine. and he is a manufacturer of machines that actually mine the blockchain for us. So in a nutshell, you've got an amazing new product out.
Yes, we do. Thanks a lot for having me on the show.
My pleasure, my pleasure.
So Auradine is a company that builds silicon systems and software for blockchain and AI applications. Just recently we introduced our new product line, the Teraflux miners with the world's best terahash performance, with the best energy efficiency, which is very important because the cost of mining a Bitcoin is dependent on the efficiency of the systems. But very importantly, we have interesting capabilities to tune the energy so that Bitcoin miners can stop using or reduce the energy when consumers or industries need it in a very granular fashion. And then we also have capabilities where these machines keep running under extreme temperatures, very hot, very cold conditions, as opposed to stopping functioning. So that improves uptime, very useful for the miners.
Oh, for sure, because it's all really, the math is everything when it comes to these things. And anybody that if you're understanding the circumstances here, if anyone remembers any of the blackouts that we've had here in Texas, you realize that energy consumption for a corporation is not as important when you're worried about people's lives. And so you have companies like ERCOT or Encore that tell these different providers that you need to cut consumption. And the first line of first resistance in many cases are utility companies and a lot of the Bitcoin miners who also make money on that as well. So how does yours compare to the existing architecture out there?
The existing architectures don't have this ability to modulate energy without reboots. And
right, yeah, I hear that tends to be very damaging to the equipment.
That it's damaging to the equipment. And if you really want to bring this energy down rapidly, within seconds, we can do that. And by the way, you mentioned ERCOT, so we are working with the Texas A&M University, who is also engaged with ERCOT to try to see what else can be done to make our grids in Texas and around the country and around the world more resilient to the demand-supply imbalance that exists for energy today.
Yeah, and everything happens to be supply and demand. I understand that you have, part of your journey and part of your company's mission was basically trying to find diversity around, like as we all know, we like DeFi, we like decentralized everything, and part of yours is the decentralized supply chain.
Yes, and Bitcoin certainly is the number one blockchain in the world. It's the first blockchain. It's the most valued blockchain. And people pride on the fact that it is the only blockchain that the SEC calls as commodity, and it's decentralized. But there's an aspect that people maybe don't realize is that almost 100% of the supply comes from companies that are Chinese-based companies.
Right.
And that's not decentralization, that's centralization, right? And while those products are good products, I don't think there should be any one company or any one country where you should have a monopoly on this or centralization. And that's another thing that is a mission for us to provide that diversity.
Oh, that's great. How did you, so this product was actually fairly new, right? And so how did you handle some of the supply chain logistics that are out there? Because as you mentioned, we have, Southeast Asia has everything, Taiwan, semiconductor, I guess we have maybe TI, more the analog side of the equation, but how did you solve that for your company?
Yeah, I mean, the way we are looking at it is we do obviously partner with certain Taiwanese companies. Over time, what we're doing is at a system level, as many components as possible, we use multiple sources. That's important for supply chain resiliency, just like our customers should. And then the partnership that we have with our foundries, those foundry companies have a US manufacturing location in development as well. So we want to make sure that in the long term, we are able to bring as much of the supply and onshore to the United States.
That's great. I want to back up a little bit. You mentioned the work that you're doing with Texas A&M University, and they've been a great partner here to us here at the summit, which is great. We've had a lot of breakouts, and I assume you probably participated in several of those. What is, we've heard a lot about what the Texas Blockchain Council is doing, what some of the legislators are doing. We had, two of the leading candidates, RFK and Vivek here yesterday. So it's definitely a hot button topic. I feel like we've been through a big part of the toughest part of it, but not hearing about universities getting involved. This is interesting to me. How are the universities getting involved?
Yeah,
obviously A&M is like engineering university and farming agriculture, but
A&M is known for its analog and power capabilities, and so we are working with Professor Angetti at the Texas A&M University.
We got about 5 minutes.
And he and his colleagues are plugged in with ERCOT. Now, ERCOT wants to make sure, like you said, Texas had these blackouts and a surge in consumer demand. The Bitcoin miners were able to bring down energy usage by, I understand, north of a gigawatt to give it back to the consumers. And so as a result, the grid is much more stable, right?
Right.
But there are next level things that need to be done, that we are doing some research work. Still in the research phase. We'll see if we can bring those to market in the next, hopefully in the next year or two or so.
What I find fascinating are the little nuggets that are just so obvious, and then because you're thinking so technical, that things that are so simple that make such a big difference. Like we just recently had a guest that was a company, I think it's K&N, air filters, and recyclable or reusable air filters that add flow and cut costs by 30%, which is, with numbers, big deal. So other little intricacies like that, as well as the big intricacies, like some of the, many of the companies, NVIDIA and all the new technologies that they're coming out with, it's nice to see a original standard Bitcoin mining company also solidifying and fixing some places here in the industry. What are some of the things that you think people should take a look at and keep track of, and what are the big focuses that you're interested in right now?
Yeah, so in our company, Bitcoin is one big initiative. We're looking at AI and Gen AI security as another big area, which we think is going to be massive. Both these will have a significant impact to the industry long term. And then even within blockchain, there are other interesting technologies like zero knowledge proofs that will see adoption in the coming years. So we believe these are super exciting technologies to work on. We are bringing to bear capabilities we've developed over the last 20, 30 years in other industries, other internet infrastructure industries into this paradigm. So we are obviously very excited about all of that. Now, one thing that we all know, if you're in the Bitcoin ecosystem, is the halving that's coming in May. It's coming up, right? And the halving is going to be certainly a disruption in terms of cost per mining Bitcoin doubles if you don't do anything about it. And the other thing that becomes more and more important is energy partnerships. So I believe that as we go forward, Bitcoin will have to continue this trend of being more renewable, using energy that's coming from natural gas flaring, methane flaring, those types of things, and essentially be a strong partner much stronger partner to the energy ecosystem as we go forward.
That's great. There's one question I definitely want to ask you at some point, talking about cybersecurity with AI as well as mining. I don't know that we have enough time to answer it here, but it does end to the collaboration part of it. And I think that cybersecurity, while everyone talks about it a lot, they don't realize that it's such a fragmented market as well. And collaboration, I think, is really still key. But unfortunately, I think we're going to run out of time. How would people get in touch with you if you want to talk to you more about some of the innovations that you're doing, if they have old technology that maybe they're interested in upgrading or moving into your direction?
Yeah, the simplest way is to go to our website, which is www.auradine.com, AURADINE. So please get in touch with us, and we'd love to respond to folks that are interested.
That is so fantastic. Thank you so much for meeting me. Maybe we could do this again on the studio. Appreciate it.
Okay.
Thanks, everybody, for another segment, and we look forward to talking to you again soon. And welcome back to the North American Blockchain Summit, where Ted Cruz just got done on the stage, and we're waiting for Mark Shutt, Mark Hopkins to come on to the panel to do some more interviews. And with that, we'll be back in just a few.
Let me see if I can get the QR code. There you go, it works. There's a fully compliant platform costs 1% to use Bitcoin versus 4% with a credit card. It's just better. I think that's an important message, and we have to be a part of that. This platform is one I've used before, so I have my information populated, which makes it even easier. I click Bitcoin, it generates an address. You have the option for on-chain and Lightning. It's a Bitcoin-only donation platform. You can copy the address this easily, flip over to a wallet, which I have here easily on my phone. Open that up. Paste the address in. And there, I get a confirmation. It's that easy to use Bitcoin, to be a part of the movement and show the technology works today. We can do this. We can be a part of supporting legislators that are taking this fight to the front line. And I think that's really a part that we're missing. It's a message we wanted to share today. Thank you, Senator. I'd like to give you just a last chance to give some closing words around why it's so important to keep having events like this, keep coming together, and keep telling people this technology isn't going away, and we are going to fight for this because it's American principles.
Well, thank you, Steve. Thank you for the contribution you just gave, and thank you to everyone who scanned the QR code and has supported the campaign as well. I appreciate it. Look, just wrapping up, I want to do something to underscore what I think is so important about blockchain. Some of y'all may remember a couple of years ago when we had COVID lockdowns going on. And in Canada, there were a group of truckers that were doing a freedom convoy. They didn't want to have a forced COVID vaccine. And they were doing a convoy to express their free speech and speak out against that mandate. And the Canadian government was very upset and came down on them very hard. And initially they were relying on GoFundMe. And then GoFundMe, Silicon Valley being the woke collectivist place it is, GoFundMe pulled down their funds and said, no, we won't support this because we don't like what you're doing. And so they then began relying on Bitcoin contributions to fund their efforts to speak out and in defense of freedom. And the Canadian government, the Ontario government, went to a Bitcoin custodian and wanted them to seize the assets to prevent the truckers from getting them. And there's a letter that a Canadian company wrote back that I just want to share with you. This is a letter I've actually read on the Senate floor. It goes as follows. Dear Ontario Superior Court of Justice, Nunchuck is a self-custodial, collaborative, multi-sig Bitcoin wallet. We are a software provider, not a custodial financial intermediary. Our software is free to use. It allows people to eliminate single points of failure and store Bitcoin in the safest way possible while preserving privacy. We do not collect any user identification information beyond email addresses. We also do not hold any keys. Therefore, we cannot freeze our users' assets. We cannot prevent them from being moved. And we do not have knowledge of, quote, the existence, nature, value, and location of our users' assets. This is by design. Please look up how self-custody and private keys work. When the Canadian dollar becomes worthless, we will be here to serve you too.
I couldn't think of a better ending than that, Senator.
That is spectacular, and that is why Bitcoin and blockchain generally matters. Thank you for what y'all are doing, and welcome to Texas. Everybody move to Texas.
Sorry about that.
Wrong side, over to them.
Go back to Frank real quick. Can say, what's going on, Frank?
Hey guys, just checking in. Here at the North American Blockchain Council. Have a guest that we had again yesterday with us, Ari.
Is this real?
Yeah, absolutely. No? Yeah, so we've got the Marks coming over. They're going to be doing some interviews here pretty soon. Ted Cruz just came off the stage, and have a seat. Make yourself comfortable for a moment. How do you like it so far?
It's good. I kind of want to introduce you to a lady. Have you met Dr. Brigitte Panuski?
No, not yet.
She's amazing. So she used to be like chief medical officer of various health institutions, and then she discovered Web3 and AI, and she wrote this book called Wealthcare. And like she talks about how we have healthcare today, yet the technologies are, already there for me to, like I discover I have some ailment, right?
Right.
The AI, right, and this like data layer that I could have, where they could compare all the other middle-aged Asian ladies who have 3 kids, who live like this sort of lifestyle, to give me like some tips and tricks that's working for them.
Right.
I can't get that sort of like real, meaningful, customized sort of like health sort of information today.
Yeah.
Why not?
Really the fascinating part of that story is like for the 20% of the people or 5% of the people out there that are so security conscious that I don't want anyone to know anything about me or my biological makeup or anything. Fine. You're on your own. You can do whatever you want. But for the people like me who are on a journey to like make sure that I can live as long as I possibly can, or have a happy, fulfilling life, and be, one of the people that doesn't, make the 20% that doesn't make it to normal retirement age, please dissect my DNA, dissect all of my other, middle-aged, stuff, and figure out what is it that could help me with. And we do have the technology for it.
We have the technology. Like the average human, right? These doctors can process maybe 4, 5, 6 variables at any one time, and they're trying to check some boxes. But like using AI and the technology that you can go process hundreds of thousands of variables to really optimize your health.
Yeah.
And you can look at these performance endurance athletes, right? Like they go to the doctor, and the doctor's like, "You're doing great." They're like, "No, but I want to do better." Well, no, you're doing great. That shouldn't be an answer that we have anymore.
I know. I had a fascinating experience recently. I went to a company to get a full body scan, which was really great, and it was. Luckily, I've got a client set that has a lot of doctors, a radiologist, a neurosurgeon, all sorts of stuff. And so I brought the scan to them so they can actually log into the website and check out and see what it does. And it's really doing a lot of cancer screening. It's checking you, if you're male, different parts of your body, female, different parts of your body. And it's very good at, it's got an AI model base, and it's got a really good way of checking for certain ailments, but not all of them. But the benefit was because it was private pay, and I did spend the money for it. I get the scans, I get access to the website every year. If I go back, it'll keep track of different changes that I have.
That's amazing.
So
cut to break in a little bit.
So let's catch up again.
Yeah.
Thanks, Ari. Appreciate
Good
talking.
to see you.
Yeah, talk to you soon.
Yeah.
All right, everyone.
All right, we're good.
We're going to cut to break, and we will see you when Mark and Mark are up there talking about DAOs. All right, see you.
We're a trade association headquartered in Washington, D.C., working on the policy issues for the digital asset and the blockchain technology space. One of the topics that we've looked at and that we're working the policy on is on DAOs, or decentralized autonomous organizations. DAOs are one of the most interesting part of Web3 innovation in development today. DAOs are challenging the way that we build companies, that we build communities, and that we build governance. Our next panel is called Unlocking the Future and Exploring the Power of DAOs, and we're going to hear from some of the brightest minds building in this space. We'll be joined by Mason Linnell, who's the co-founder at ATX DAO. We'll also have Sam Padilla, who's a core contributor at ATX DAO, Mark Hopkins from Ukraine DAO, Carla Reyes, she's an associate professor of law at SMU Dedman School of Law. And in this session is going to be moderated by Mark Schutt from the Texas Blockchain Council. Let's bring him out.
Hello, everybody. Hasn't this been an amazing conference or what? All right, we're going to start off with a round of introductions. Could each of you please just briefly introduce yourselves and the work you guys have done in the DAO ecosystems?
This one? Okay. So hi, I'm Carla Reyes. I'm an associate professor of law at SMU Dedman School of Law in Dallas. I've been a blockchain lawyer in the space since about 2011. My research focus as an academic has largely been on decentralized autonomous organizations, and I've been writing about their intersection with business entity law since 2018, before people knew that they needed to care about that. And I was the chair of the work group, the Texas work group on blockchain matters, and worked closely with some other members of the panel on proposed legislation in Texas, and have consulted with Wyoming on their legislation, etc. But yeah, that's me.
So my name is Mark Hopkins. I too wear a lot of hats. I have a podcast called Ask Dr. Bitcoin. I run a tech network called The Merge. Been doing interviews in the center of the conference hall this week. And I also, in the DAO space, I was the director of operations for FreeROS DAO. And I currently serve as the DevOps pod lead for Ukraine DAO. And I've written governance for dozens of other smaller, lesser-known DAOs over the years. So, a lot of fun.
Hey, everyone. My name is Sam Padilla. Professionally, I am part of the Google Cloud Web3 team. Do a lot of engineering work and product work with the Google team, helping us build infrastructure products for Web3 companies, and specifically in the DAO space. I'm very involved with ATX DAO. And I was also part of the group within the DAO that was working closely with Carl and some other folks in the Texas blockchain. The Texas, it's a very long name. Yeah. In the last legislative session, we were working closely with legislators and experts in the industry to draft a DAO bill and pass it through the House. And unfortunately, we ran out of time to pass it to the Senate, but we'll touch more on that later. But pass it on to Mason.
Yeah, my name is Mason. I am the co-founder of ATX DAO. So you may have seen us running around with stickers throughout the conference, but ATX DAO is a organization in Austin that operates as a decentralized autonomous organization. We have assembled a very robust crypto community, builders, enthusiasts, artists, and we mobilize to have local impact, whether that be supporting the arts community, working on policy with folks like Sam and Carla, or supporting local businesses in the general startup ecosystem. So fundamentally, we are just an organization of folks with shared interests, but what makes us different is we operate with crypto tooling in a decentralized manner.
Awesome. Thank you guys so much for those introductions. Could we start off, for those in the crowd who may be new to the concept of DAOs, what a DAO is, what it means, and what are the benefits?
I'm really curious to hear Carla's take on this from the academic side of the house. So.
I think we should start with the technical side.
Okay. I can put a few thoughts here from the technical side, and I guess maybe even philosophical. I think fundamentally, a DAO is an organization like any other, but I think the key differentiator trait is that decision making is purely horizontal, and the tooling that we use to make these decisions happens all on chain. So we use cryptographically signed messages and signatures on the blockchain to basically express the membership of the organization, and also to express the desire of some of the members as well. But fundamentally, I guess, in a very simple way, I think it's an organization of people with a shared objective in which decision-making happens purely horizontally, and there's no specific hierarchical structure to the organization itself.
I like to define a DAO as a digital community with an unseizable bank account. Like that's table stakes.
and then a lot of the concepts you talk about kind of get layered on in different amounts depending on what the point of the organization is. So if it's a corporation, you're going to have a lot. You may not have horizontal structure. It may be very, delegative in terms of like both treasuries as well as responsibilities that don't get direct purview from the token voting public. Whereas DAOs more like ATX DAO absolutely are going to be more of a community, more like a co-op. So I like a broad definition because like a company, like an organization in traditional status terms, like there's just a wide variety of what an organization can be, both in distributed autonomous organizations as well as what we currently think of as like a company or an organization.
So surprisingly, perhaps, I think of DAOs even a little bit more broadly as simply like a bunch of smart contracts that interact together to do something. And sometimes there are people that trigger those smart contracts and manage something through that technology, and sometimes there aren't. So I have a paper called Autonomous Business Reality that maps out a variety of different types of DAOs that exist, all the way from like the kind that really resemble an LLC to the kind that has no owners and no human participants, because they do exist. Not very many, but some do actually exist. Shockingly, I actually think of a DAO as being, at base, much more technical than an organization. I think it's in part because I'm very hesitant to use the words association, organization, really anything that might be interpreted in a statute as being an entity when it might not actually be an entity for reasons we might talk about later.
I think one of the common threads here and what makes DAO so exciting is that a DAO is a new structure and you can have so many different ways to approach it, and kind of like so much of the stuff in the space, we're designing a new way to do a time-tested concept, and the creativity options are boundless. I appreciate all the different opinions, it's pretty cool.
Wow, that was an amazing explanation from all of you guys. So building off of what you just said, Mason, when does it make the most sense for traditional organizations to implement a DAO structure? And that is for anyone here.
My answer to that would be, you have to be careful. When, I feel like a lot of folks at least in like the Web3 space, they want to make a DAO like all the time. They're like, oh, we're gonna make this a new DAO, we're gonna make this a new DAO, but you need some type of reason behind it, maybe. With us, we had a specific reason of like, we want it to be collaborative decision making and strategy, but I think folks got really hyped up in previous cycles about making a DAO for everything, and it just led to a lot of dysfunctional groups.
I mean, I would echo that quite a bit. Like, most of the time you shouldn't make a DAO. Most of the time you shouldn't use blockchain, because blockchain is a useful tool for mitigating where trust could be an exploitation vector. Right, and so if trust is not going to be an exploitation vector, blockchain is probably going to actually slow your organization down sometimes. So there's a specific use case for that, and similarly a specific use case for DAOs. So if your organization is distributed, if your organization is mission-driven perhaps, or if your organization needs to be censorship-resistant, these are reasons to have a DAO. If you're just going to have like a vanilla, if you're a plumber, probably don't need a DAO. Like if you're doing like a traditional business, you probably don't need a DAO. If you're just having a meetup club, maybe you don't need a DAO. Like it's not a one-size-fits-all type thing.
So again, I think I have a little bit of a different answer. I think there are I have two strands of research where I explore this question. One is about entity structuring and whether the form of a DAO could fit an entity structure that fits your needs for legal reasons, right? Like maybe it's because you don't want to file a specific registration statement or something. Like you don't want to be an LLC, you want to be under the Koala model law in Utah, for example. Or maybe it's because you intend to use blockchain as part of your corporate records, so you want to be under the Vermont blockchain-based LLC law, right? That's a legal reason that you might want to be a DAO. And when we counsel people on choice of entity for like regular companies, those are the kinds of things you're thinking through, like tax obligations and like exit strategy, and how would you, how do the participants in the organization work together, and what kind of contract might help. So that's one way to think about why you might use a DAO. Another way to think about it is research that I'm undergoing with the Hunt Institute for Engineering and Humanity at SMU Law School of Engineering, which is simply, like, the question is, could computational entities broadly, including DAOs, be useful to like regular entrepreneurs, right? And for that to be true, two things have to happen. One, they have to be able to like figure out how to code the thing on their own, right, without having to pay lawyers and software developers to do that. And two, there has to be a use case. And so far, the use cases we can find are largely to increase their ease of compliance, so mitigate compliance costs because you can automate it via the smart contracts. And secondarily, perhaps it's scaling up your operations because now you have access to an easier mechanism to increase the dispersed nature of your organization and your customers, et cetera. And this really, that last part is really like the motivation behind Aragon in general, right? Anyway, so I'll stop talking now, but that's what I think.
I second Carla's point that I think a DAO for an organization makes the most sense when the organization wants to automate some process of its operations through blockchain technology. So whether that's voting, whether that's fund management, whether that is membership, when a lot of those pieces are sensibly automated via the blockchain, it makes the most sense. But I also think there's a social rationale for DAOs, which is just fundamentally just experimentation. So when somebody wants to experiment with organizational dynamics or just trying to grab a bunch of people and get them rallied around the same idea and they want to do that on chain and kind of experiment, I think there's a lot of experimentation to the piece of DAO creation as well.
I have to drop in something about DAOs being useful for managing DeFi protocols because that's just perfect.
Oh, it's censorship resistance, right? Yeah. I mean, like, the movement is to try to put regulatory barriers in front of just about everything we're doing in blockchain right now, right? This is what the theme of the conference has been, is us trying to organize and fight against that on the policy side. That is the key value proposition I see with DAOs, is that you can create true censorship resistance around useful protocols and eventually operate them like public goods, right? They don't need to have a giant corporate board or a profit motive. They can just run.
So I think it would be good for the audience to understand this in practice, right? And you guys have been involved with ATX DAO. Mark, you've been involved with Free Ross DAO. Could you guys briefly describe what that looks like in practice in the real world? This is a real world use case that you guys have implemented. So I think it'd be nice for the crowd to understand what this looks like in real time.
Yeah, absolutely. I can start. So Free Ross DAO, if you're not familiar with the story of Ross Ulbricht, he was a kid who created a website that allowed you to participate in what was previously dark markets that would, if you messed up, would get your kneecaps blown out. And he made it so you just get bad user reviews instead. And for that, the government rewarded him with two life sentences plus 40 years, which we, as a group, thought was an injustice. And a bunch of us raised a bunch of money, about $12 million, to fund his legal defense, get some clemency for him, try to apply for clemency with the president. And we did that through the purchase of some NFTs, which we then fractionalized amongst the community. There was about $6 million left over after we made the initial donation, and we used that to create a media organization and do some other things that would help spread awareness around his case. It's an interesting group of people because by and large, these are not, there's about half of them were libertarians that didn't really understand the Ethereum ecosystem or how DAOs work. They were just supporting the cause. And there was a huge chunk of them that were financial speculators from overseas that were kind of riding the DAO wave that was happening at the time with Constitution DAO and others. And then there was a bunch of far-left anarchist prison abolitionists. It's a very interesting crowd. And the technology and the tool set around this allowed all these people that have very ideologically diverse objectives to coalesce around a single concept and get some stuff done.
Yeah, and so for ATX DAO, I try and draw a comparison between, like ATX DAO's fundamentally at the beginning, it's a social organization, right? But we are in the pursuit of positive impact. But I like to compare it to a traditional nonprofit where you have like an executive board and leadership that's got tenure there, their seniority, they choose what happens. With ATX DAO, to be a member, you have your membership NFT. And when you have this membership NFT, it gives you the ability to create a proposal that the community can vote on. So the story I like to tell is, and this is why it's so different from other types of impact organizations, is there's a guy who really wanted to make a mural in Austin, and he really wanted to turn it into an NFT. And he wanted to do it with ATX DAO. He wasn't a member, but he wrote this one-pager, and he was like, this is my project, this is what I want to do. And I was like, this is awesome, you should join ATX DAO. He joined, the proposal was written, it was put on Snapshot, everyone can vote with their NFTs, and it passed. And we went and we did this entire complicated initiative that was super good for the city and super good for our brand and super aligned with our mission. And he was a fresh member. Like he didn't have to. He just had the will of a community behind him. And sure, we're obviously enforcing some of these rules like as people to people, and it's not like a trustless ecosystem. But the tooling we have allows us to leverage like a digital space to impact real world change. And Sam, I'm sure you have things to add to that, but.
Yeah, so I just want to draw a little, an interesting insight from the way that you described Free Ross DAO and the way that you were describing ATX DAO, that different DAOs assemble for different purposes, right? So I think one of the common themes that I heard in a lot of the things that you mentioned was the idea of censorship resistance and to be able to have an organization continue to exist regardless of any sort of attacks on the organization per se. With ATX DAO, we're much more of a social organization focused on impact. So I think it's interesting to see how DAOs can be used for different use cases. Specifically for ATX DAO, what I really like to highlight about our organization and even kind of the broader movement that we're trying to spearhead of spreading city DAOs across different cities is the idea of getting a group of people who are very passionate about their city and their communities together, raise money through the means of crypto, and allocate those assets and the effort of those people in order to make the city and the community better using the technology of blockchain and cryptocurrency. So fundamentally, that's the way that I like to describe ATX DAO. Fundamentally, that is the way that I like to describe a city DAO. And I think we're seeing that movement kind of starting to span to other cities, and it's an exciting thing to watch.
I just had an idea too of kind of part of the DAO tooling and in ATX DAO, we were in the pursuit not only of impact but of decentralization, because part of the goal with the organization and future city DAOs that we hope to support, like DTX DAO, which is spinning up soon for Dallas, but we want to build these institutions that last an indefinite period of time that support crypto and the ecosystem and kind of like an on-chain chamber of commerce, like a chamber of commerce or something like that. But and part of that is what we're working on with is a reputation system where we basically found a way to assign authority to NFTs that you can claim based on the amount of participation you've had. And it solves a problem where I've done a lot of work for ATX DAO from the beginning and I have all these logins and we need to make sure that anybody in the organization who has contributed to the point where we know that they deserve to be the voice, right? They deserve to have the Twitter account, but we don't want to have a centralized process of administration of being like, oh, Mason has the password, he's going to go text this person the password. In this system, you'll be able to claim an NFT based on the amount of reputation tokens you have that will unlock these passwords. And theoretically, you can step away, all leaders can step away and that could go forever, which would be really cool.
And this, just really quick comment, this goes back to the thread that I highlighted on social experimentation. So what Mason was saying, how do you build an organization that lasts 100 years with fundamentally different organizational structures and with fundamentally different incentive mechanisms? And that's just a really exciting way to think about it. How do you build a volunteer organization to last several hundreds of years dedicated to making a community better?
And not to just dominate the conversation on this one topic, but also I think a key characteristic of DAOs is like Free Ross DAO, if the mission is no longer relevant or the mission is achieved, there can be within the design that it winds down, which is not something that's really present in traditional corporate or organizational structures. There's a tendency in like a capitalist environment that things just live on forever as personhood, right? But like Free Ross DAO, there was a necessity. It was due to some of the things that they were working on. They wanted the DAO to spin down. It was no longer serving the mission, and there was an elegant way to redistribute the value back to the shareholders in a democratic and egalitarian and non-fraudulent way, right? Like, as opposed to someone just like, okay, well, we're not going to do this anymore. I'm going to rug it. I'm going to take all the money.
So we only do have a couple minutes left, and I want to shift the conversation and close out on this topic, but we are at the premier policy conference of North America, so this would not be a good panel if we didn't talk about policy, right? And maybe this is a great question for Carla, but what kind of strategies have you guys implemented and worked with to comply with regulations, and what are those regulations even?
So a couple of foundational things. Business enterprise law is not regulatory, it's private law. So fundamentally, DAOs and other organizations are creatures of private law, and the idea that they're censorship resistant or that they're illegal, etc., they don't need the law to operate, like technically, no, the code doesn't need the law to operate. However, to the extent anyone wants legal rights associated with the way the code operates, they are relying, whether they know it or not, on private law. Code gives you power and ability to do things within a technical architecture, but does not necessarily give you legal rights in those abilities or powers within the legal architecture. So listening, I have to say, to this description of like what makes the DAO different, what's a company that's existed for hundreds of years? I don't know, the Hudson Bay Company? I'm just saying. The East India Tea Company. Some things are quite new, yes, and some things are quite old. And so for a business enterprise lawyer, a creature of private law, from a policy perspective, what I would really love for people who are involved in DAOs to do is lean hard into private law and into the power of contracting via code and via regular contracting, because it's quite flexible. You can get it to do most of the things that you want, both in law and in code. And if you don't, then you risk regulatory outcomes that you don't want. And that is what I have been saying in my articles since, kid you not, 2018. But nobody cared until UkiDAO happened, right? Or until the Tornado Cash action happened. And what happens in those instances is because the DAOs didn't take the time to define for themselves who and what they are in terms of entity structure or in terms of contract, the kind that a court will recognize, that enabled the regulators to come in and say, we think the Tornado Cash DAO is composed of, the entity is composed of the developers, the founders, and anybody who held a Torn token. Even though we, the agency and then the court who adjudicated it clearly didn't really know what that meant when they said it out loud or wrote it down, right? And the risk, if folks involved in DAOs don't lean hard into the private law nature, the very fact that they rely on private law without knowing it, is that this will continue to happen, and regulations will apply to DAOs in ways that absolutely nobody wants. And then we have to, those of us on the legal side have to try and come behind and clean it all up. So pay attention to private law, which is not regulation. To be clear, it's not regulation, and you have choices, and you can be creative. Find a lawyer who's creative in matching your private law contractual options to what you want to do in the code. It's possible. I don't know if you've heard of LexPunk's B-orgs, for example, but it's possible to find a lawyer who can both help you navigate your code choices and your contract choices.
Not easy, but possible.
Yeah, no, not easy, but possible, and worth it. Or you risk having every token holder, even if they've never voted or otherwise participated, be called a partner in a general partnership with joint and several personal liability, right? Which doesn't make any sense, to be clear, from partnership law, because the key cornerstone of partnership law is that you get to choose your partner. If I'm on the hook for liability for whatever you did, I better know in advance. I better know you very, very well and trust you and your judgment, right? And if I don't get the choice to choose you as my partner, then it's a clear disagreement with general partnership policy for us to just impose, like, every token holder in the world is your partner now. Like, what? No, nobody intended that, right? So anyway.
So the other response to this within DAOs has been what MakerDAO has done. I don't know if you follow that, but they have the anonymity enforcement for the contributors. Like if you, and there's a bounty system that they enacted, I want to say back within the last 6 months, where if you can dox somebody that contributes to the project, they're out, right? There's a bounty for it, which is to enforce anonymity to kind of like, while there is this uncertainty around how the courts are going to treat things, and also to prevent bribes. There's a business reason for it as well. They want to create a new type of stablecoin, and so they're trying to prevent people from being bribable.
I just want to push back on the idea that there's uncertainty in how courts are going to treat things. There's no uncertainty.
Well,
I've been telling you since 2018 that this is going to happen. There's no uncertainty. If you don't choose something, if you choose not to choose an entity form, you are choosing an entity form. In the eyes of the law, you've chosen general partnership. Well done, right? Think hard before that's your option. That's all.
Well, guys, unfortunately, that is all we have time for. We hope you enjoyed our panel on DAOs. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Basically said it, she called me out at the end of it, told me I told everybody, like, without letting me respond, said I was every time anybody that actually does work in Dallas said something, she'd go, no, that's wrong. I disagree. Then she got out there and got backstage. She doubled down. I'm like, she goes, well, I was just saying this. I'm like, yeah, but you're wrong. There's reasons for anonymity in Dallas. I went to prison for big. She goes, whoop. I'm like, and then she said, well, no, you didn't. No, you didn't. I'm like, someone telling me I didn't know Well, hello there, and welcome back to The Merge live at the North American Blockchain Summit. I'm back here with Frank Kushner. Hello, Frank.
Hello, Mark. How are you?
You've been having interesting conversations, and I've been having interesting conversations. But while we've been doing that, Sam Altman's been having the worst day ever.
Yeah. Well, I wouldn't say the worst day ever, but he's certainly...
Don't know if Frank's mic is off or something. I don't know.
So, yeah, if what's being said is true, it looks like the board got rid of him.
Yeah.
I'm happy about that. Well, he should be happy about that. But then again, board governance is very important.
Yeah. Well, so I checked the story before we came on. It's still developing. It's when I sat down, it was a 7-minute-old story on The Verge.
Yep. But I got it in 11 minutes, so it sounds like what it said is basically the board lost confidence in him. He hasn't been speaking clearly, and he hasn't been. He's been dodgy.
And he walked out of a review. He literally walked out in the middle of the meeting, and they said, "Well, I guess that's it. We're going to make the CTO the new CEO and have a go with God." Which is interesting because the previous headline that had Sam Altman in it also mentioned God. It said that it appears to be that Sam Altman is trying to build an AI God. And I don't know if that was the dodgy behavior that maybe led to the review, or there's something actually in a business level that's going on.
Yeah, obviously pretty early news, but I will tell you, it's like, every quarter that you have a board meeting, every time you meet with the board, they want to know what's going on. If you're in a company that has that much heat, spotlight, they're going to want to make sure they don't pull another SBF.
Right.
We've already had a couple of, I want to say, kind of loose cannons that have actually been amazing. Thank God, we as we spoke about with earlier. But I don't think that there's any tolerance anymore for inappropriate behavior when you're dealing with really important things.
Right, absolutely. Yeah, Elon Musk burnt that goodwill for everybody, I think. If you look behind me, you can see on the camera, there's a Simon Mack professor. Not school. Which shoulder?
He hit you there,
yeah. Simon Mack. He's from SMU. Hey.
Good to see you. Hello.
Hey.
Nice to meet you. Yeah.
We're live on the air.
Oh, you are?
Yeah.
Oh, all right.
Yeah.
Pony up, blockchain.
There you go.
There you go.
There you go. So, yeah, but I think Elon Musk burnt the goodwill for any remaining boards out there, because you can see what happens when you don't have a benevolent dictator like Jack Dorsey or something.
Exactly, and that's the whole point, is that you're driving a big ship that is really under the gun with unbelievable scrutiny. It was already a little interesting moving from a non-profit status to a for-profit status, and then it just feels like his name was everywhere in the news, and it was almost everywhere in the news as much as SBF was, and so you were going to have a lot more scrutiny. You have that much press coverage, you better be doing everything by the book. You better be making numbers. You better be very transparent with your board, because you are there for shareholder value. You are not there any longer as a nonprofit. You have responsibilities.
Right.
You know.
Yeah. So I had an interesting conversation up on the main stage. I think we streamed a little bit of it, switching tracks a little bit. Did you? I mean, you were deep in conversation. Is that anything you can talk about, or is it all kind of making deals?
Absolutely
and doing
no. I mean, there may be a little bit of that, but
Yeah.
I am so fascinated with that conversation I just had.
Okay.
Yeah. So the really impressive, really interesting thing. This is I don't know that we can actually see it, but Dr. Bridget Pianowski, and she just wrote a book called Wealth Care, and
I heard someone talking about this.
What I've learned so much about, every time you're looking about a technology, you have to realize it's just another tool, and we still use this tool for different sets, right? And in her contention, her mission, if you will, with blockchain is and AI is that we as a population are ill similarly.
Mm-hmm.
Other people have the same illnesses. Other people have had the same outcomes. Other people have had certain medicines. Everyone, we have the population, we have the technology to be able to rectify a lot of this stuff. If we as an individual people would be able to take our data, put it somewhere where it would be accessible, but also still be our data. But that way, if something happened to you, maybe it's as an NFT, it's yours, right? You take it with you. But how many people get into some type of an accident, they don't have their chart with them.
Right.
But if you have access to their NFT that has all of their data, including every supplement they've ever taken, anything that they're doing, how much easier it would be to actually deal with the outcomes and not just guess with hope, right? Praying and hoping. Let's go on a diet. I'm going to not eat this particular food. Well, how do you know that that's really not helping you?
Right. Well, so this is actually something I've done a bit of research on. I wrote during the ICO era, I wrote about 17 different white papers on different types of technology. A lot of them revolved around NFT technology for data protection. One in particular, the tagline for the company was "Own your own data."
Yeah.
And it was one of the major use cases. It was the idea of that organization was that it was supposed to be kind of a coalition or an advocacy group for the adoption of enterprise NFTs. And one of the major use cases we discussed, it was probably a tenth of the paper, was exactly what you described. Being able to have your own genome data and have your own medical record data in a controllable file locker that's tied to an NFT, so that you can both use it in emergency situations like what you described, as well as use it in medical research, right? So medical research, this is actually something we discovered in when we were researching that sector, is that in the medical field, finding data to do analysis on for academic and medical studies is actually quite difficult, because not just because of finding the right medical profile, which is a challenge, but also then compensating those people in a way that's both ethical and makes it worth their time to participate in studies that often take many years, right? But what if you had hashed data on a blockchain that could be queried but not utilized without the permission of the owner. You could identify these people worldwide and have them be part of much larger, much more statistically significant studies.
I think that's exactly. I think that's what she's actually focusing on. I think she also has some additional ways to take that. And I think of them. I am certain I'm wrong. Keep in mind, technologically speaking, I'm not that guy, but. Ultimately, I like to think of it as like an auto GPT because, your data that's up there all the time, it's continuously, like if it's monitoring it and it's fine, if it finds something happens somewhere out in the ether and it realizes, oh my gosh, this is that one too, then all of a sudden, like you're going to find something out maybe that you probably want to know about.
Yeah.
So fascinating. And she does have a backbone. So I cannot wait. I can't wait to read the book, Wealth Care. And learn more about it. But that was just fascinating because, I wasn't thinking about, when I think about blockchain and crypto and things, like, you always think about privacy and First Amendment issues. And it's like, well, yeah, I guess this one definitely qualifies as First Amendment.
Right. Well, but it's also very dicey because of all the privacy laws that do exist for Meta. So we've got another 4 or 3 minutes before we switch to our next guest, which is going to be Fred Thiel, it looks like. But I wanted to briefly mention my panel discussion up there. Did you catch any of that?
Yeah, no, I was too busy talking about health.
So it was a great panel. I had a lot of fun up there up until the very end. So Carla Reyes, who was on our show, was up on the panel with me, and she said a lot of the similar things what she said on the show here with us, talking about picking a framework, picking mirroring legal structures to your DAO. She was making a point that it made it seem to me like it was needlessly onerous to probably what the audience was thinking. Like, you're going to have to really think through and do all this work and research. No tech doesn't exist for this, blah, blah, blah. And I was like, or you can do what some organizations do. One major organization has done, MakerDAO, which we've talked about on the show a couple times, and enforce anonymity. Which is we have a bounty program because there's lots of reasons in crypto and in DAOs to want to have anonymity. And I kind of went into that example, and she filibustered the rest of the panel. And so I've got to push back on that. It's horrible. It's awful. That's wrong, incorrect advice, blah, blah, blah. And I had no chance to respond. A little irritated, a little miffed. And we get off stage, and she doubles down. And she's like, I can't, really, it's super simple. And I'm like, okay, I know what you're saying, but there are very valid reasons to have anonymity in a DAO and in crypto. She goes, no, there's not. There's never, and that's in fact, you can't do that. I'm like, I went to prison for using crypto. I can tell you that there's very valid reasons to want to be anonymous in the world of crypto. And the mouth just drops. No, I can't believe, no, you did not go to prison for crypto. I'm like, no, actually I did. I was there. I kind of remember it,
Yeah, you're there.
It was like we should have had a camera back there, like a Maury Povich, you run back, and it was weird.
Yeah.
It was the weirdest interaction I've had at a crypto conference. Someone telling me a thing that I did not happen, and then she apparently told some folks after I walked away that that's a good reason to go to prison. Like, what does that mean? So, if she wants to come back on the show and maybe explain some of that, I welcome her to take the hot seat and go deep on that topic. But it was a very odd ending.
Takes a lot of people to make a world.
Yes.
There's black and white. There's zeros and ones, right? If you're a zero, she's a one, or vice versa.
Sure. There's a way to disagree with somebody, right?
Yeah, and that's the problem. Is it's at times like that I just can't. You can't just walk away. I'm just like,
well, that's what I did.
Good luck.
Ultimately, I did.
Good luck.
I was I kept trying to walk away.
Yeah.
And it kept going on, and I was like, okay. All right, well, so we had times here at the North American Blockchain. So that was following the Ted Cruz talk. So it was like a well-attended main stage. It was very bizarre.
Oh my goodness! Well, hey, we've got somebody better coming up though, right?
Yes.
We got Fred Thiel coming up, prominent business executive. Have you ever interviewed him before? Have you heard anything about him?
I know about Marathon, and I know the space that they're in, and but I've never had the opportunity. He was because I helped structure some of the interviews for some of the other journalists in attendance, and play traffic cop on that, and he was a highly sought after interview. So it'll be an interesting discussion when he comes on, I'm sure.
Yeah.
He'll have lots of fun things to say, and a good perspective on the industry.
One of the things that I was looking forward to at the break, unfortunately I didn't get a chance to actually go talk to him, but I guess there was somebody here from GBTC, and I was like looking forward to talking to them about my FINRA discussion whenever I found out that the FINRA auditors were telling me that, maybe I shouldn't be, as a professional, investing my clients, any of my clients' money into cryptocurrency. But unfortunately that interview did not happen, but I was looking forward to it. That would have been fun.
Yeah. Well, maybe we'll get him on the next one. Yeah. Okay.
Yep.
How are we doing on time, Jacob?
A few minutes.
Okay.
2.
All right. 2.
Great.
Okay. So, well, all right. Well, let's.
Why don't we go ahead and take a break, get mic'd up, and get ready to talk to Mr. Thiel. welcome back. Welcome back to the Merge TV, the North American Blockchain Summit. Today we have with us an esteemed GOAT of cryptocurrency. Today we have Fred Thiel, the CEO of Marathon Digital Holdings. Thank you so much for coming on the show.
Great, happy to be here.
Yeah. So you've got such a storied past, HBS grad, public-private, plenty. How did you got to do the fireside chat with the RFK?
Yep, that was great.
Were you here for Vivek as well?
I was here, I heard Vivek speak, yeah.
Yeah. It's just fascinating to see such a plethora of talent here in the Dallas area talking about something that everyone thought was all but dead for quite a while. And your company has made it through. Everyone seems to be hopefully hopeful.
Yeah, it's exciting times. A year ago, July, so a year and a half ago basically, we had zero hash rate running, and here we are, largest miner of the publicly traded miners from a self-mining perspective. We've now gone global. We have facilities in UAE and Paraguay and continue to expand. We're focused not just in traditional kind of utility scale grid stability sites, but we're also now doing energy harvesting with methane from landfill gas. We have a bunch of other projects in kind of taking essentially bio-waste and methane, turning that into energy, which we then use to create heat from Bitcoin mining, which we then feed back into the process as low-grade industrial heat. So heating buildings, heating greenhouses, supporting shrimp farms, and all sorts of other production processes. So we view Bitcoin mining as really having an industrial function, which is heat generation.
Sure. Yeah, and heat sink and as you said, stability and stabilizing the power grids.
Yep, absolutely.
Yeah, and so how you mentioned that you're global, basically, right? How was that transition from a mostly like real estate here in the United States to worldwide?
Well, it all comes down to working with the right partners. So whenever you're going to do something new, you ideally want to work with the best people possible in the location where you're going. In the case of UAE, we were going into a country with a very specific set of rules, a specific set of environmental constraints regarding climatology. It's extremely hot, extremely humid. You can't use air-cooled miners. You have to use immersion technology. And then, the only real way to be successful was to partner with the sovereign, who obviously has an ownership interest in the power company, the energy distribution business, and everything else. And so we were able to do a pilot to prove to the sovereign that we could operate in that environment. And we did a 1 megawatt pilot late last year that ran for 100 days before an engineer had to go back on site. And they said, okay, this is the most reliable mining system we've seen. And then we were able to finalize our agreement with them in February of this year. And here we are barely, 8 months later, 9 months later, and we've gone live on our 250 megawatts of capacity there. So, fascinating kind of deal when you look at, in the US, that deal would have taken 2 years to do. And then Paraguay, again, kind of a big hydroelectric dam using stranded energy, and we're doing a pilot there, and if that works out well, then we'll grow that to also kind of larger scale.
That's great.
So I've been in the industry a long time like you, and I've kind of seen these conversations where like you could have having a conversation with a sovereign government like that is wildly speculative and theoretical. You've been in this a while, where did it break towards like reality versus fantasy? Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, where did it feel like there was a breakthrough? Like people, these large organizations took us seriously enough as an industry to even have these conversations about using Bitcoin as a battery and these types of things?
Yeah, great question. So I wish I could say we were able to convince them of the benefit of doing Bitcoin mining, but they already were orange-pilled before we even talked to them. So they had done 2 other prior attempts at doing this, and for technological reasons, those deals didn't work out. So they were already orange-pilled. It was just, they already got it. They have some 4 gigawatt of power consumption in the summer, 1 gigawatt in the winter. They still need to run all that power because the water desal uses the heat. So all of the arguments around grid stability and stranded energy, they were sold on already.
Okay.
Right? So this is a project which has very defined social benefits, very defined economic benefits, and very defined strategic benefits.
Right.
And so they were looking for the right partner to solve this. They had failed twice, and it was they had one last chance, one last at-bat, and so it went from hypothetical to real when we did the pilot. And when they saw the performance of the pilot, it was, okay, now we not just have faith that you could do this, but we have trust because we've seen the data.
Right.
And then it was all about having a very transparent and very equal level dialogue with them about everything we were doing. So we were sharing about our technology advancements, our investment in Auradine, which is a US-based miner technology company, which we were very involved in getting off the ground.
I just spoke to him. He was just on my show. Yeah, we just chatted. Interesting. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's this industry is really all about how you leverage technology to advance it, right? Because you can only do so many real estate deals around buying power. Now it's advancing to the stage where you have to have a vertically integrated technology stack. You have to be able to operate not just at utility scale with super high efficiency, but also be able to operate at sub-utility scale. So 1 megawatt, 2 megawatt sites. So the stuff we're doing with methane gas capture on landfills, the stuff we're doing around energy harvesting, where we're collecting, using, for example, methane or biogas. You feed that into a system that generates heat. The heat generator is a Bitcoin miner.
Yeah.
And you use that heat and feed it back into an industrial process.
That's fast.
Right? And so now you're getting to a place where you're not using parasitic load on the grid, so you're generating your own electricity, and that energy is not costing you anything because you're getting paid to process the material and you're getting paid for the heat.
So I've only heard this level of complex, recapture design. Like I've covered enterprise tech going back to 2009 or so, and only have I heard this like from HP and IBM in their experimental data labs. The HP Research Center in Palo Alto. So within even enterprise, this is kind of rare to attempt this level of complex systems, even so much more so rare in mining. What has been the driving motivating factor to kind of go for these complex systems? Is it by necessity or by a mission driven focus that you guys have to really make it as green as possible or something?
Well, we made a commitment 2 years ago that we were going to be fully carbon neutral in our operations.
Okay.
And we believe that Bitcoin mining can not only be carbon neutral but carbon negative. And we also believe that Bitcoin mining can be energy neutral, meaning we generate our own energy and we don't have to take load off the grid. We think that solves for all sorts of issues. Also, I've been in tech for 40 years, and some of the first work I did in tech was in the supercomputing world, and the company I worked with at the time was focused on deploying the industrial control systems for CERN in Switzerland, Singer-Link flight simulator for the F-16. So we were doing very, very sophisticated control technology. And as you look at how technology can change industries, it's pretty amazing. I've also spent a lot of time in the industrial automation and process control world through my efforts in IoT, Internet of Things. And this energy harvesting is the perfect example of that. Maybe it's my Swedish background. We're very focused on the environment and engineering stuff, but we believe that by leading with technology and by leading with a very big focus on green and sustainability, that we're able to differentiate ourselves from everybody else kind of in the industry who's really focused on being big utility scale miners.
One of the emerging narratives that it's been ruminating around, I think, for a little bit now, but we've talked about it about 3 or 4 times in the show this week, is the idea that the AI model training system is following a similar track of evolution to Bitcoin data centers. What are your thoughts on that? Is that something you guys are looking at? Is that something you're thinking about, or do you disagree with that narrative?
So maybe chalk this up to having all sorts of battle scars from being an early mover in industries. And just before I kind of answer the question, I took a company public back 23 years ago, which was one of the first companies to build embedded communication technologies for IoT systems. So you could essentially connect anything to the internet. Right. We built some of that first technology. The company still exists today. Its name is Lantronix. And they still do exactly that. We felt certain in the year 2000 that by 2005, 1 billion devices would be connected to the internet, and
I remember that.
Everybody was going to have it, right? Here we are, 2023, almost 2024, and I think people are now saying 50 billion devices, and we're still not there. So these things take time. The technology goes in waves. You've heard of the theory of S-curves, where you do an initial. So if you look at AI data centers, and you look at Bitcoin mining data centers, what do they have in common? There's only one thing: power density. Right. Bitcoin mining data centers, interruptible load. You can shut them off at any time.
Right.
If you're running an LLM, you can't shut it off at any time. You need network ping of 35 milliseconds or less. So you need to be close to a point of presence. The design of your data center, in the Bitcoin world, we have tier 0, meaning it's very simple, low complexity. We use containers, we spread containers out over a field, we use immersion technology. Right. Sophisticated, but low CapEx. You're talking about something that's, $500,000 a megawatt of infrastructure. An AI data center is 8 to 12 times more expensive to build, just the infrastructure. Now let's start adding H100s. By some people's estimates, you're talking $49 million a megawatt.
Wow.
When you're all in. Now, the H100 is really a first-gen machine. The H200 already exists. The H300 will be announced soon. If you build these data centers and you're stocking them with H100s, expecting to have a 3-year, 4-year contract life on your customer, you've got two things working against you. The guy using the H100 today is going to want to run an H200 tomorrow, and they're going to want to run an H300 the year after that. So what's the likelihood they're going to stick around until you get paid back on all the infrastructure you invested in? The next thing is the technology stack in LLMs is changing, so you're now putting vector databases below it. That increases the performance of these LLMs by factors of magnitude. And when you then stack these things, these generative models, and you essentially have them fighting against each other, like GANs work, right?
Right.
Now all of a sudden you're speeding up this even more. And while the complexity of the models will continue to grow, GPT-4 was, I think, 4 factors bigger than GPT-3. GPT-5 is about to be announced. And GPT is effectively writing all the future generations of GPT. The hardware curve has to follow. So as we look at it, we think, initial technology wave, hype cycle, trough of disillusionment, and then we go back up and to the right, hopefully. We're still climbing that hype hill. Right. We haven't gone down to the crash, so we're not chasing this market at all.
Okay. Yep.
Other than we are building cooling technology for the industry, leveraging our immersion technology from our Bitcoin data centers, which is applicable to the AI space. And so we're addressing the market that way.
Can I pivot the conversation back a little bit to money supply, to monetary policy, to cryptocurrency as a whole? I know that you've been pretty active in the trying to get some basis on institutional adoption, and as an S-curve as well, I see that that's also a slow-moving ship. I had a conversation with a client of mine who was high-level executive at a large insurance company, and it was pre-SBF blow-up, and they were this close to saying yes on being able to accept payment for specific policies, so on and so forth. And the problem they had was the comfort of having it on the balance sheet.
Right. So, if the question is how has that changed?
Yes, exactly, yeah.
So I think a couple of things. For one thing, FASB's rule change has a huge impact because now you have the ability to mark to market. So for insurance companies and other institutional holders, as a long-lived intangible asset, you can only impair it. It makes it very hard to report actually your returns on your funds and your investments. So by having FASB accounting, you have mark to market, so just like any other investment the company has, you mark it up and down based on whatever the current market value is the quarter. That is going to have a huge impact on corporations' ability to store a certain amount of Bitcoin on their balance sheet. But now you need to also fork the conversation a little bit. Bitcoin used as a form of payment is a very different adoption curve, especially in the developed world,
right,
than Bitcoin as a store of value.
Right.
As Bitcoin as a network also. So you have three very distinct things, right? But Bitcoin as a store of value is where all the institutional action is happening today, right? BlackRock, all these other ETF applications. What's the benefit to having an ETF? Well, you remove all the friction from ownership and acquisition, and you remove the perceived risk of custody. So now it's held by a third-party custodian. It's just like you can buy it in your 401k, you can buy it, and now all of a sudden there is an audience that can have it. So the question then comes, how will that drive adoption? Well, most people over the age of 45 aren't interested in crypto. Studies have shown that people over the age of 45, they view it as risky, they read the newspapers, SBF, FTX, don't want anything to do with it. As you move below the age of 45, and the closer you get to 18, the higher the interest and real willingness to invest in Bitcoin as a store of value becomes. Even so high to the extent that Gen Zs and millennials to a lesser extent, but Gen Zs primarily, are more willing to invest money into Bitcoin and equities than they are a home.
Yeah.
Right? They have a hard time qualifying for a home. It's an illiquid investment, and they are not tied to a location. They want to be able to rent and move, and so what that means is they want to have an asset that they can be a digital nomad with.
Right.
And so Bitcoin and other crypto type investments fit that. And when you have Bitcoin ETFs now, if you are more conservative and less willing to get your own wallet, do self-custody, then an ETF is the exact opposite end of the spectrum. It's the ultimate kind of safety way, right? It's an indirect holding of Bitcoin, etc. But institutional investors have had the option of investing in miners like ourselves as an alternative. Why would they want to invest in miners? Well, it's not just that we hold a lot of Bitcoin, and Marathon is the second largest holder of Bitcoin of publicly traded companies in the United States, but the beta that we have. It's the same reason. Warren Buffett doesn't buy gold, he buys gold miners. Right? Bitcoin price moves 1 or 2%, our stock price typically will move 2, 3, 4%. So it's the beta, right? Somebody who's investing in an ETF isn't trading. They're just going to hodl, they're going to put away a certain amount of money every month. So for the 401ks and all the savings and pension funds, I think the ETFs are going to knock it out of the park. And so I think that's going to help adoption there. As a currency, I don't see Bitcoin until the tax regime is changed in this country, so you're not paying capital gains every time you buy a bus ticket.
Right.
Plus with the volatility in Bitcoin and its notion as a store of value or connotation as a store of value, I think most people are instead going to say, okay, fine, I'll take my paycheck, I'll put my Bitcoin savings into my Bitcoin account, I'll keep fiat for my spending. Inflation isn't yet high enough in this country to be like in Venezuela or other countries where between when you get your paycheck and you deposit the check, it's lost 10% of its value.
Right.
So I think a lot of people approach it, and I talk to my own kids who are Gen Zers and millennials, and they say, yeah, I put aside a portion every month into Bitcoin. Yeah. And they have, accounts at like a Swan or wherever, right?
Yeah.
And they just put it aside every month. And so, that's their way of
average in.
doing
as
it.
Americans, we live to our means, we spend what we make, but we can also save. You get used to saving, then you'll have to decide.
If you live in Nigeria, Argentina, Venezuela, other parts of the world, Turkey, then no, you're putting the whole paycheck into Bitcoin.
Right. That's right.
And then you're converting to dollars or stablecoin when you want to spend.
Dollar cost averaging out.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, it's been a fascinating discussion, and I wish we could go on for another hour or so, but I want to be respectful of your time. This has been a conversation with Fred Thiel here at the North American Blockchain Summit. You're watching The Merge live. We're going to come back with some more stuff after this. Don't go away. Stay tuned.
Welcome back to the North American Blockchain Summit 2023. As always, we have Mark Hopkins, my partner, and we have Austin Mitchell, who is here from Synoda, to talk a little bit about maybe getting some cash off the sidelines for some of these unbelievable utilitarian miners.
Yeah.
All right.
You want me to go through the run through?
Yeah, give us like the 30,000 foot view. Like, what is it that Synoda does? Where should it sit in the industry? It's in the mining business, right?
Yeah.
In the realm of mining.
Yeah, so it's in the realm of mining because what we do is we focus on reducing contract settlement time for energy and hosting agreements for Bitcoin miners.
Right.
And by reducing that contract settlement time, what you're doing is you're really de-risking that contract so that there is no need to put as much collateral, posting that to your energy supplier, to your hosting company. And so that's really what we're using, is we're using the Lightning Network, so also part of the Bitcoin ecosystem, to enable much faster transactions, greater transparency, and lower risk on all your contracts.
It's amazing. So when I heard about what you did, and it's fascinating to me because, again, these utility companies, and I call it a utility company, but let's say, Bitcoin mining company, we know they are going to use a specific amount, at least, and you can figure that out. It's math. You can see what the equipment's doing, the parameters, what the pull's going to be. But guess what? We don't get the float for free. So fascinating. Didn't even think about that. Like, they don't want to be stuck with the bill either. So they're making you prepay that, and that is a difficult challenge for a startup or for a company that has just dropped a lot of money into capital expenditures.
Yeah, and especially with interest rates being as high as they are today, the cost of capital the way it is, if you're adding 20 to 30% on top of your initial capital outlay, and it's just cash that you have to go put in somebody else's bank, that sucks. So being able to solve that means, people really love us right now with how we're able to basically bring more liquidity. And I think the key thing is that there's a lot of people in the energy space that either take measured approaches with how much energy they will or exposure they'll have to Bitcoin mining generally, or just aren't even in the supply landscape because of credit risk. And so being able to take credit risk completely off the table is something that will bring more liquidity to the space, more options, more producers and energy suppliers who are willing to actually serve the space.
So would you characterize yourself as, or the Synoda as a payment rails provider that understands the energy sector and mining, or is there more to it than that? Is it like some secret sauce? Because I'm always curious anytime you are in the crypto space and you have to navigate on-ramps and off-ramps. Like, it's always been like a delicate dance with the banking industry. So where is it that you guys kind of, how do you identify internally on that spectrum of things?
It's a great question because in the typical space that we're talking about, there's payments companies, there's billing companies, that's how we have sort of grown up in energy, is thinking about all these companies we have to stack together to ultimately do what is called meter to cash.
Right.
So from reading the meter to that final cash application step at an energy company, there might be 5 different departments and 4 different softwares involved today. We do them all.
Okay.
In one solution, and it's
so
all
you're
fully
the
integrated.
conductor of the symphony.
Yeah, we do all those pieces, and so I'll just highlight 2 things. So number one is from a technology standpoint, we're using the Lightning Network, and what we've built is a novel way of creating smart contract-like functionality without having any of the faults of a smart contract that's built on a layer 1. So we're able to really focus on the way we talk about it is it's collaborative consensus. So the parties to the contract need to agree on the settlement terms and payments, but just them. The second thing that I'd say when we talk about who we are as a company is we are really good at knowing our customer, and part of that is being really good at accounting. And so when it comes to, if you're now taking an energy bill that was once every 30 days, and then you tell a company, hey, this is now going to come once a day, they're just like, I was about to swear, but I'm not even going to swear because, there might be kids watching. Yeah. But they're just like, heck no. It's not going to happen. Because I already know how much work it is to send one bill, now you're going to tell me I got to send 30? But what we do is we communicate that it's a complete transformation. Because what you're doing is, when you go to Starbucks, you get a coffee, you buy it, you get a receipt. With the Lightning Network, the same thing is now happening, is energy is being delivered, and it's being paid for and bought right away. So what they have for the energy company gets is 31 receipts. And so you don't need to actually put 31 receipts on the books. You just need that final, this is how much cash I got,
yeah.
and you enter that in. And so it actually makes the lives of the accounting teams much easier. But this is born of really knowing our customer and knowing what it was that we could ultimately get them to buy into. It was a system that didn't require them to change anything about how they currently did it. We can de-risk those contracts without any change to their back office.
So I've been dealing with Texas for power. We're looking at bringing another 5 megawatts into a data center that I'm helping on. And they aren't very easy to work with. How do you work with those companies to tell them that, no, we want to make this more efficient? Because they tend to like push back and they like the old world. What are your, how do you do that?
Yeah, so the first thing is myself and my two co-founders, we've been in energy in the industry our whole career. We've worked in, deregulated and for public utilities, et cetera. So we speak the language, we know the people, we have a good network. That helps.
Yeah.
And then when it comes to how are we ultimately able to get folks, sort of get the ball moving, it's kind of just where are we focused? So we're focused on Bitcoin miners and other high credit risk customers. Mm-hmm. So if you are servicing that space, you are worried about the customers you consider the riskiest. And so if you can help them sleep a little easier at night, that's a good thing. Mm-hmm. And the second thing is where we're seeing now is our software is really becoming a competitive advantage to the suppliers that adopt it, because in Texas and other deregulated states, they're competing to win this business of Bitcoin miners. Mm-hmm. And so if one of them comes to the table and says, you for the same power deal you need to post $50,000 of collateral, and the other one comes and says, no, you need to post $500,000 with me, well, who are you going to choose if the prices
50.
are pretty close?
Yeah.
So we're really finding that we can just be and give somebody a competitive advantage in the actual process, and it's starting to play out that way.
That's great. That's awesome.
Yeah.
So what is the origin story? Like, how did you guys come to obviously it's a problem that's existed, I think, in the history of mining, probably at least the last 4 years. How did you guys come to the problem? How long have you been at this?
So I'll first say, we've been at this as a company. We started talking about Bitcoin mining, being in the energy industry. It got really interesting to us with the China ban, mid 2021.
Right.
Myself and my two co-founders just started chatting, and it was observing that Bitcoin miners were changing so much about energy. They were 10 years ahead of where other people were. Mm-hmm. But the one thing that wasn't changing was how they were transacting.
Right.
And so that's sort of where you can just sort of see, okay, it's usually the right element to say there's a problem to solve there. If everything's changed but this one thing.
Right.
But what I'll say just for context is that the reason the system is the way it is goes back to the day when we had people who had to walk neighborhoods and read meters. And so all of the back offices for all of the utilities were built on the expectation that you're only going to read somebody's meter once a month.
Right.
And so the mainframe computers that they still rely on were sized to only process 1/30th of the bills every day. So it's just a legacy technology thing that has stuck. What's interesting, though, is that the Department of Energy, back in the early 2000s, right after they said smart grid, and everybody got excited, it dawned upon them that they said, oh, smart grid will never be smart, though, if there's not the right incentives, if people don't have real-time prices. And so the vision for a future where money and energy are flowing synchronously is actually the Department of Energy's vision going back to 2003. When
Wow.
the term they came up with was called transactive energy. They're the world's experts on what it needs to look like. They've just not found the technology to do it. And that's where we come in.
Interesting. Yeah, the only other application of this that I've heard, and it's not an in practice, it was a theoretical system, is built by NASDAQ back in 2017, and it was something they put out for a demo just to demonstrate that they understood what blockchain was. Mm-hmm. But it's for many of the reasons that you described, the antiquated nature of energy systems. There's perverse incentives within the energy sector there's no upside for them adopting this, right? It's better for them. Well, not better for them. It's just there's just no it's an extra cost if they're not going to do it until they're forced to. Mm-hmm. So, yeah.
Yeah, there's so much that goes into any technology change. You have to think about how that change will ultimately come to be. And for us, that's the key has been don't change anything.
Right.
No ERP integrations, no new processes. Our system is up in the cloud, and it will do everything for you, and just the money goes straight to your bank. You can sleep better at night.
Yeah.
Don't worry about it.
I just can't get over, with all the different technologies out there, with all of the different softwares, all the platforms, how many different ways there is to give money from your bank to whoever needs it.
Mm-hmm.
Blows me away.
Yeah.
So you think there'd be one payment? Hey, U.S. dollar denominated world, right?
Mm-hmm.
But getting it from point A to point B and trusting all the way through the process has been such a challenge for everybody. And it seems like something that we should be able to keep track of. It's a metered thing, right? But it just never turns out that way.
Yeah. Coming from energy, the thing that I learn a lot about Bitcoin Lightning, but I've also had to learn a whole lot about fiat payment rails and rules and regulations there. So getting to touch it all.
I never knew as much as everything I've learned about fiat payment rails. I've learned against my will from being a Bitcoiner.
That's exactly right.
It's really ironic. So tell me a little bit about the decision. Like, what influenced the decision to go with Lightning? Was it mostly for compatibility with Bitcoin? I mean, because obviously it's a L2 that Bitcoiners like. Did you evaluate any other kind of smart contract capable platforms? What was the deciding factor there?
So we didn't look at any technology outside of the Bitcoin space.
Okay.
And there's a number of reasons for that. It's part sort of what we believe about Bitcoin and where it's going to be, in 10 years, but in 50 years. I mean, we're building a company that we're building an incredible company, and we want to be on using the best underlying base layer technology to support it. And then when it comes to, and also just sort of the international nature, I mean, when it comes to we're going to be getting into energy investments and things like that. These are 20-year contracts getting signed. Am I going to sign that on Solana? Hell no.
You don't know if Solana's going to be up next week.
I did swear now. Darn it. The previous one was going to be a different one, but anyway.
Yeah. We'll cut it in the non-life.
Thank you. So then when it comes to Lightning, Lightning obviously it borrows the properties of on-chain mainnet. So we've got security and decentralization, but being able to transfer value instantaneously for very low cost, what Lightning does, that's ultimately what we needed for our solution. And then Lightning gives that additional layer of programmability. Now there's programmability that can exist, on-chain and things like that, and there's sidechains. So we're very aware of the ecosystem, but to solve exactly what we needed to do today, instant settlement makes it that receipt process.
Right.
And then the programmability gives us the ability to now integrate the financial rails with the physical world and energy moving market prices, etc. But what I'll say is that as a company, we're going to continue to think about how this whole space is going to evolve. I was talking with somebody earlier that said, we don't like Lightning that much as a miner because, it doesn't actually generate, it steals fees from miners. And I'm sympathetic to that because, I don't think anybody's going to sit here and say Lightning is absolutely the only way that payments will be done on Bitcoin. There may be other technologies and protocols that come up that make payments using Bitcoin easier, and we're here for it. And we've built our software to be able to interact with whatever is going to make the most sense over time.
Yeah, it tends to be problematic when you have partners that are not happy with the way that you're transacting business, when that's just like one small part of it. Is it the best? No, we'll get there, but this is the best right now.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And being able to build a product that actually will allow for that scaling and change.
That's right. And one thing I'll say, for folks maybe unaware of Lightning, the one thing about, we describe it internally as it's a beta protocol. Now, that's just a non-software, engineer saying that, so don't act, but it's how I sort of relate to where it is in its own development life cycle. It's less than 10 years old. And so there's still things being worked out. There still are, vulnerabilities maybe, and there's issues with, payment reliability. And so what I want people to understand is that how we've approached the Lightning Network is we're doing one thing and doing it extremely well. So my background is engineering and statistics, and so the way that you reduce variability, or reducing variability is always what you're trying to do whenever you're dealing with like a complex system. And so by focusing on doing one use case, energy payments, and building the infrastructure to support that one use case, we've been able to control for a lot of the things on Lightning that are still immature or need to be improved to increase reliability. So I think it's also in just how you approach the technology. What are you trying to do with it? We're not trying to be payments anything. It is literally just one type.
We're mission driven. This is our mission.
Yeah.
We're trying to make sure that we fix this gap.
And when we do that, we can be extremely secure, the most secure, and we can be 100% reliable. And that's what we deliver.
That's great. That's great.
Well, I appreciate your story here. Actually, you know what? This is a policy-focused conference. I want to offer you the opportunity to. I've been asking a lot of folks that. Ted Cruz, Loomis, earlier today. There's an interesting policy discussion going on. I'm trying not to be distracted by him talking right at me. And of course, yesterday, Vivek and RFK all mentioning things that affect our industry from a policy perspective. If you could align the entire industry behind a single policy initiative, what do you think is the most important to the industry? What is it that we need to settle right now that kind of is an existential thing, I would say? Do you have anything like that in your? That's
a really great question. I think I'll probably defer towards energy, actually, if I may.
That's great. We haven't had that answer yet.
Yeah, I could give you kind of a range of things in sort of, the cryptocurrency, blockchain, Bitcoin, Lightning space of things that, I know, but they almost would have a little bit more of a personal slant to them than from business. From a business standpoint, we're very squared away with what we're doing and how we're doing it. And so I would say do nothing and just let our business grow at this point.
Yeah.
But I know that there's things that matter. So I actually think from an energy standpoint, energy is the base layer. Bitcoin's the base layer of
finance.
Finance, right? Yeah. But when you think about energy is the base layer of the economy.
Right.
And there's so much bad policy in effect that it just drives me bonkers. But I do look at what's happening in Texas, being deregulated. There's more good than bad from an energy standpoint in Texas, and so I think that as we move forward, I want to see more free market movements across all energy markets in the U.S. And so I come from Ohio. We're also a deregulated state. It's better. There's more innovation, and so we just have to, I think, keep pushing those bounds, because if we will never see a different energy future if we don't make some changes that really open up the markets and encourage decentralization of energy.
Right. That's well put. Well put. Any final thoughts?
No, I think it's great. Other than that, how do people get in touch with you? How do people find out more about your company? I'm fascinated. I can't wait to find out and start doing some deep diving and keeping in touch to find out, how this is working on the mining side. But how else would people find you?
Yep. So, folks can go to our website, synota.io. There's I think a contact us button there. But certainly you can look me up on Twitter. At ASICS, AISAACS Mitchell. And those would probably be the best two ways to get a hold of me.
That's great. Thanks so much.
Awesome. Thank you guys for your time. I really appreciate it.
Thanks for being on.
And closing this conference out, right? Or is there more after me?
We got one. I think we got Loudmouth.eth.
Oh, do we?
Yeah.
I see him hovering
you saw
over
the
there
guy with
somewhere.
the sequin jacket? He was running around.
He looked great.
He's going to be coming on the show.
Oh man.
So
I get to follow Fred Thiel. And then I get to be,
sandwich bookends. You get the bookends.
Yep.
That is a good bookend, man. Y'all.
We kept the important stuff for the middle, right? The middleware. Yeah. It's always the middleware.
There you go.
There you go. I'll take it.
All right, everybody.
Thank you all very much.
Stay tuned. We'll be right back after this.
leaving this like what 2
And
years
welcome
ago.
back. We're still here at the North American Blockchain Summit. We are at our last segment of the day 3 of the conference, day 2 of our coverage. I'm Mark Hopkins. I am here with Loudmouth.eth. Adam, you
What's
were
happening?
You were in the studio last week with us
Yes.
at the Web3 Ready show, and you brought a friend, Prince Whiten.
Prince Whiting.
The real estate mogul, baby.
Right.
Fort Worth, Dallas.
So
Fort Worth,
you
baby.
have you've said a few times that you were you've been going to crypto shows since 2017, and you're happy to have one in your backyard finally.
Yes.
And
So I'm so excited.
been dazzling people with the jacket here.
As always. These DJs are suckers for a couple $100 sparkly jacket. Just saying.
So, what has been your impressions of the show? This is probably a little bit different than the normal like NFT show.
Yeah,
or
a lot
the
more. There's a lot more bankers, investors, politicians here.
Yeah.
But Money 2020 in Vegas a few weeks back got me primed and ready for this.
Right.
So,
Yeah. That's good conditioning.
Yesterday I dressed down a little bit, and everybody was like, "I love your outfit," and I said, "Well, I knew that more conservative people would be here, so I dressed down." And they're like, "You're dressed down?"
Yeah.
I said, "Wait till tomorrow."
Yeah.
Green shoes,
and I
green
still
jacket,
didn't bring it all the way out.
No.
Killing it.
Yeah, that's great. So, what is your? Are you familiar with blockchain space? Do you come to a lot of these shows?
Honestly, only what Mr. Loudmouth has taught me in
Okay.
the past couple years. He's actually a client of mine, mentor of mine, and he has been introducing me and just telling me to get into this industry for almost about 2 years now.
Okay.
And just listening to him, seeing what he has done in this industry and how popular he's gotten, actually just the amount of work and the revenue he's earned has been very appealing and intriguing to me. So definitely that's why I'm here.
What's the most important thing that he's taught you about this industry?
I would say just showing up and just being your brands, promoting your brands, promoting the NFT that he has, and just he always wears it
right
on his neck, and people want to see that, want to take a picture with it. That's a big deal.
That's right. Yeah,
it's a big deal. So
It's my phygital. It's physical and digital. So Bored Ape Yacht
Wow.
Club 9946, and people are mesmerized by it. 7.5 carats of diamonds, almost 100 grams solid gold. People want to take pictures, and that gives me the ability to onboard new people and to start a good conversation about blockchain technology, NFTs, Web3, and just like my buddy Prince here, I know that he is killing it in the real estate game, and if we could start doing some fractionalized real estate on blockchain, it's game over. Because if I rent this building, they're going to call me if the roof starts leaking.
Mm-hmm.
But when I rent my Bored Ape, the roof never leaks. And I can put it in my pocket and go anywhere in the world, and I could sell it to somebody anywhere in the world that would probably be more interested in something digital than physical that's thousands of miles away.
I will say that's the direction we're going. I literally was at one of my broker opens today with one of my title reps, and I, honest to God truth, this is what we talked about today, was about how the industry is changing into blockchain. Like with title, you're going to be able to, in the future, purchase a home via blockchain or through
a smart contract.
And just like instantly. It hasn't been developed just yet, but it's happening.
So think about it this way.
Title companies are afraid right now for it.
The number one fraud is real estate loans right now, right, in the world.
Oh, yeah.
And if there was, say, an NFT on the blockchain that had this little stamp that runs through every title company, then just think the ones that don't have it aren't going to be able to, or they're going to be able to still be scammed. The ones that do have it cannot be scammed because it's literally on the blockchain for everyone to see. So then what do you think the industry is going to do? They're probably going to start making everybody require it.
Mm-hmm.
So if you could come out with like a NFT title lock or something like that to where you could have to put that NFT on it once all the due diligence has been done, they could just add that service into their pricing and at the closing, and then you can start putting all the real estate and all the portfolios on the blockchain. And then the ones that don't, once that momentum started happening, then the institutions are going to start requiring it, because they're still getting scammed by everybody else, but they're not getting scammed by the ones that have this NFT, this title lock on it, because you can't.
I would say also convenience and time. If you can purchase a house in a second or in a minute, and the title's already been cleared, that's a big deal for consumers. Because it takes, it could take 2 weeks, especially if you're in a country somewhere or anything like that, where you have to wait for the county to abstract it, and it's already there. It's a big deal. So
and a lot of that comes from them having to do their due diligence, title searches, all those things. So if this has a lock on it through the title search with the NFT on the blockchain, then it's transparent for everybody to be able to see immediately. You could transact. I could send him Ethereum, Bitcoin, whatever, on the blockchain and buy his house like that immediately through a smart contract, and no need for anything.
The real estate market is ready to be disrupted, so it's time.
Right.
It's a revolution, baby. Let's go.
Right. So, I don't disagree. This is something that's been talked about going back to, like real estate on the blockchain has been a trend since, I would say, 2016, 2017. It's, I think, technologically has been like a feasible thing. It's been difficult to get adoption, mostly because of how, I guess, there's not a top-down approach. Like it's all handled at the county level, and there's so many counties in America. Getting standardization has been difficult.
Right.
So, but I mean, it's one of those things that standards will emerge over time, and I think we're going to get there.
Well,
I believe it.
If you think about it, if every title company just put it on one of the line items and say, it's $99, then you give a percentage of that to the local government, it could raise millions and millions of dollars every month for the local government, so that everybody could have that going on.
Absolutely.
And it makes better schools, better roadways, better municipals. And as soon as they figure that out, that's what's going to happen. So if you're out there and you're listening and you're in that space, start building or reach out to me or Prince, and we will work something together and collaborate, and we'll take over this entire industry.
It's time to disrupt it.
Because it's coming.
It's time to disrupt it, baby.
So, tell me a little bit. So, were you here for the Wednesday the Wednesday sessions?
I wasn't here
Wednesday.
Thursday
and Friday?
I came Thursday afternoon and then today.
Okay, so which of the talks have you caught today, and what were your thoughts? Were you here for Vivek and RFK, or were you here for Cruz and Loomis today?
No, but I did meet him at Bitcoin Miami.
Okay.
And so he is he's so-called proclaiming no tax on that, and he's pro Bitcoin. So regardless of what he was in the past, he is now very outspoken about it.
Right.
And so hopefully he keeps his word. I'm a little lenient, or a little reluctant,
leery on these politicians.
A little reluctant on
general.
listening to any politician, because they are, they're funded by a lot of people that ask them for favors. So, that's the one thing that people were so bullish on Donald Trump, is nobody could tell him what to say or what not to say, or when to shut up. And he was self-funded, and he was going to do whatever he wanted to do.
He definitely, if someone did tell him to shut up, he definitely didn't listen to that.
Pretty much.
Maybe to his own detriment. We'll see. But hey, at least he had his own voice. So, what sessions have you caught? What talks have you caught that spoke to you? Have you heard anything that was interesting at the show this week that you hadn't
To be honest,
seen?
I did not listen to any of the talks.
Okay.
Because as soon as I walked in, I went to the restroom and got caught with a cameraman, and he asked to do an interview.
In the restroom?
So I walked out, walked right in the front, did a first interview, then I got caught for another interview, then some people wanted to take pictures.
Such is the life of Loudmouth.
So I never even made it to the stage, and I
As a
haven't even
celebrity.
completely got around it, because both days I've been bombarded with pictures and videos and interviews.
So tough to be you. So tough to
I
be
know.
you.
Poor me.
Yeah.
Gosh.
I love it.
So tell me about the conversations then. So what are the conversations you're having?
Well, a lot of people still don't understand blockchain and understand what's going on, so they asked me to simply explain NFTs and certain things like that, and then just asked me about what I've been doing, what I do in the space, and then asked me if I like the event, which, like I said before, it's 20-minute drive, so
Right.
I'm pumped about it.
Gotta love that.
Next year, I hope to see a lot more crypto YouTubers that are educating people in this space, and some DGen NFT projects, maybe setting up some booths, some coins, maybe like VeChain, Algorand, HBAR, Ethereum, Cardano.
I am surprised that Hedera's not here. Hedera used to be a really strong member of the Texas Blockchain Council, and because they're based here in Dallas.
Yeah, I will reach out to their accountant because he's a good buddy of mine.
We should
and say,
get them back
what are you
inside the
doing?"
fold. Yeah.
I guess it probably because the bear market, they'll be back. Everybody's back.
Yeah.
And they've been pumping the last few weeks, so
yeah, it's
let's freaking
the,
go.
The pump
HBAR.
happened a little bit too late for them to get all their checks in, to have their booths
because of the
paid for and
timing.
whatnot. Yeah,
now
but-
HBAR. So there's this awesome new organization that's came out called Karate Combat.
Okay.
It's
Karate
karate.com, and they actually have a karate coin that's on HBAR.
Okay.
And so that's how I got introduced to the accountant there at HBAR Foundation, and so you can watch these karate fights. And there's a live one December. I just got back from
show, right?
Dominican Republic. I
Okay.
just got back from there on KC 42.
Yeah.
KC 43 is December 15th in Las Vegas, and you can download the app. It's on iOS and Android, and then you actually can bet your karate token on who you are. Vote. Sorry, you can vote
your token, right?
On your token on who's going to win the fight, and if you lose, you don't lose any karate token. But if you win, you get more karate token. Now, how crazy is that?
Okay. That's pretty cool.
And you can only be on the ground for 3 seconds, so there's no wrestling around. It's actually combat. It's almost like some kumite. The first fight in Dominican Republic was 2 ladies, and it was a bloodbath.
Really?
I mean, ridiculous. That was probably one of the most intense fights that I've seen in the entire the whole event.
Right.
Out of every
Two
karate
women.
combat that I've watched. So
Right.
They're really excellent and doing some really good things. And they're not asking the Web3 space for anything. They're actually only onboarding and bringing new people into the space because the token aspect is just an added value. Because they were just on Joe Rogan. They were, they've got, I think, almost 1.5 million on Instagram, almost 1 million on YouTube. Their app is blowing up. I mean, they're really doing big things and just bringing new people in. And so they're going to go with or without the karate token aspect, but they know that that's the future. And so I think it's the one thing when mass adoption comes in that'll pivot them to kind of maybe get as big, if not bigger, than the UFC.
Right.
Wow.
Right.
Because they're going at it right now like that. I mean, it's pretty awesome.
And they're keeping it interactive too with the app. it sounds
Yeah, they
like,
said
you know?
they said they did a
keeping
study.
it more interactive.
And the majority of people that watch a sporting event, I think it's like some crazy percentage, over 70, 80% more people will watch the entire event if they have something leveraged against it.
I mean, these are kind of the fun stories, like fun and odd applications of crypto and blockchain that I usually expect to hear about in a bull market. Because you hear all kinds of crazy stuff and these little, I mean, they're interesting use case stories, right? Like things that this made this better, or this helped enhance this part of a user experience, or whatever, with a coin or an NFT or a piece of art or something like that. But you don't hear a ton of those kind of. I mean, I know we talked about this on Web3 Reddit. You say we've been in a bull market for like technically the last year, but like
things have been going up since
It's
December.
been kind of a crab walk, though, right?
Yeah, it's been
a
sideways.
doldrums.
It's the beginning stages of the slow. So some people think bull market is when it shoots up to the moon,
Right.
and then people that are in the space understand that the bull market is when it starts to go up.
Right, right.
And it's been starting to go up since December of last year.
Right.
And so if you look at the prices last year in December, we are above that. So
Yes.
we're technically in a bull market. Now, I would say closer to the end, about this time next year, is when we'll be in the bull market.
Sure.
Let's go to the moon.
Right,
So,
yeah. LFG.
Yeah.
To the moon.
Let's freaking go, baby.
To the moon.
Yeah. Okay, so
and we got Sohail in as a DGen now.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, right after the Web3 ready,
Yeah,
you
and
got
the-
him
and now he
into
has-
what? What was the project?
The one he asked for was the Chimpsons.
Yeah, the Chimpsons.
Or the one he liked. And then now he's into the Lazy Ape Yacht Club, the Lazy Ape official.
Dang.
So he's with the leather jacket, right?
Yeah, he's aping in on projects I haven't even heard of. That's he's gonna lap me soon. Okay, so any other kind of like parting thoughts here? Like you bring, I think, a unique element to the crowd, not in just that you've been in in for an extra cycle than a lot of the folks that are here, but. The crowd here is somewhat more academic and policy focused when it's not enterprise focused, whereas you are kind of come at it
fun.
Well, you bring the fun. I'm trying to find
simplicity.
Right, but you're from it's clearly a more on the ground culture. You're not like
Boots on the
necessarily-
ground.
Yes.
Yeah, I got. All right, gotcha.
So that's where you see where
yeah.
I'm going. Sometimes it takes.
Yeah,
me
a lot
minute
of
to find
people
it.
here are not. They're not really active in this space.
Right.
They're just interested because they know it's going to be.
Right.
And so that just shows you how early we are. And by the looks of me and the way that I talk, most people wouldn't understand that, I used to wear those suits like these
So
guys.
that's what I'm saying. So how many cycles do you think it's going to take before this event looks like you? Like how many more years of this event? Because I want to be back
I've
there
never
for
met
that.
anybody like me, so I don't know how many cycles that'll take.
But
second
so I
that
was
right
commenting with somebody earlier on the show this week because I've been in since 2011, and when I first started coming to crypto events, it was like I was wearing a Bitcoin Not Bombs T-shirt last night, which first came. I think I got it in 2013 at a San Francisco Bitcoin meetup.
This guy bought Bitcoin in 2013
2011 actually.
2011.
You held it, huh?
I bought that shirt in 2013.
He bought the shirt,
and
but he
when
was
I
an
was at
investor already.
that meetup, it
He's a
was
believer.
like Andreas Antonopoulos was there, and some big folks from the Bitcoin Foundation. Robert Scoble was at the event, so it was like a early adopters meeting. But like everybody looked like you and me, like, dressed as a character, either a big hat or a shiny jacket or something, and it's slowly moved away from that and gotten like. We pretend to be more serious, but we're all playing with the same tech, and we're all here because we're here at some level for the speculative wave. We want to be early to innovation.
Well, the cool thing about it is so early that there's a culture being built. And if you go towards more of the degen NFT culture, it's more wild and fun like me, but yet still very smart individuals.
Well, you're a smart individual. Hold on.
But I'm telling you, there's a lot of people way smarter than myself. I'm a very simple guy that understands things simple, and
Sure.
I explain them simple.
We're
And that
smart
is that
enough to
bridge
explain
between-
it, but there's guys that are way above
I have
where
no
we're
idea
at.
what
Yeah.
they're doing,
Okay.
right? But I know they're doing something.
Yeah,
they're
yeah.
doing something really well, and they're really smart.
Right.
And so I just think that this next cycle, this next bull run, the next blockchain conference or summit, the next North American blockchain summit, I believe that there'll be a lot more characters like me. There'll be some more NFT booths, crypto booths. And so I just think that it's a way that we're building that culture of expression.
Yeah.
And that's what's so big in the art of the NFTs is
So he'll
yeah,
show
look
it
at that.
his lazy
Look at that, baby. That's what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
Because when a kingdom takes over a kingdom, the first thing that they do is they bring in their ways, their art, their food, their music, and that's what NFTs is doing right now.
Yeah.
So it's actually building a culture and an uprising and a revolution in the fintech industry, in the real estate industry, and the way that Web 2 is doing business. So the goal is not to rug Web 3 or rug Web 2 for Web 3, or you have to vice versa. It's apply successful Web 2 business with Web 3 technology,
Right.
and then build that culture going forward. So I think that it'll even out a little bit because it's absolutely wild right now, because it's like we're headed to the west to start digging for gold, right? And the person that sells the pickaxes and the shovels is the one that's going to make the most money.
Right.
So
Absolutely.
Don't be the one digging. Be the one selling the tools and utilities to dig.
What the biggest company that it still exists to this day from the gold rush?
I think Wells Fargo.
Wells Fargo.
They sold pickaxes and shovels.
The next biggest company is Levi Strauss.
Wow.
Yeah.
You got to have some jeans.
That's right. Sell the utility, right?
So clothing is pretty big. Yeah, and clothing NFTs are starting to come out too. So
I just got this guy just sent me some sneakers actually. My phone is dead. Just releasing tomorrow.
Oh, I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you.
No, you're good. He sent me an NFT sneaker that is. I believe there's some dunks that are coming out.
Yeah,
that
so
they're gonna release
Nike,
NFT. Yeah,
Nike is in the space already.
Yeah,
that's right.
It's a big deal. Just heard about it today.
Yeah, they have a profile pic NFT, and then they actually are starting to come out with shoes, digital shoes and physical shoes.
Well, yeah, that's right. Yeah.
So yeah,
I was trying to think. There was something that was launched with the Bored Apes in Hong Kong, but that was a car brand that did something with you guys out there.
You said carpet?
The car brand.
Oh, car brand.
Yeah, Porsche came out.
Porsche,
they had an NFT as well.
Right.
So
we've one of our co-hosts on the network, Dina Abdul. You haven't had a chance to meet, but she's in the fashion space, has a line of purses, and she's working on creating an NFT component for that as well.
Wow.
So
yeah, it's coming. So you need to get educated. You need to follow these guys. Make sure that you're learning from what they're teaching, because you can't just Google this stuff. You have to get active. You have to find the right people that actually understand it and that are teaching it, because a lot of people will just use the talk or use a bunch of different words because they know that they don't know it, and they really don't know what they're talking about either. So you be careful out there and follow the right people.
Yeah, and I think that one of the key things that we came away from with the conversation with Mark on his show is you have to learn by doing, right? That was one of the things that you said.
Absolutely.
You can't just academically know this stuff. If you're not on the ground actually using the tools, you're not going to be able to grok it at a level that's required to really make good decisions.
Well, how did you learn real estate? Did you learn real estate in real estate school?
No, absolutely not.
How did you learn real estate?
No, on the ground, with my boots on the ground, networking, meeting the right people, and just exposing myself, honestly. Like, it's pretty much what you're doing in this industry. That's what I'm doing in real estate. That's what I've done in real estate. You know?
And he does it well. I met this guy from a cold call.
I cold called you, man.
And he sold my house in like less than a month. The previous realtor couldn't sell it in 3 months.
Sure,
6 months.
Yep.
And he's boom.
Gone. For more what
she sold it for more money.
For.
He sold it for more money in less than a month. And that was before the boom.
Well, just like what you're doing in marketing, that's exactly what I do for real estate.
All right.
Yeah.
So we have to wrap for the day. So before we do, why don't you guys both say where people can find you and interact with you online and patronize you?
So if you want to look for real estate in Dallas-Fort Worth, it is houseofwhiting.com. houseofwhiting.com, my last name. Also, my Instagram handle is agent number 4. But if you really want to look at some good content, go to TikTok. Have over 70,000 followers on there, and that is my name, Prince Whiting the 4th.
Hey, his TikTok is off the chain. I highly recommend
Working
that.
on some really cool content right now. I'm learning golf, so we're incorporating golf. I'm actually going to take you out, and you're wearing that jacket too while we're golfing, something like that.
I don't have 4 hours to hit a little.
We'll do
little
we'll do
ball.
9 holes or something, but you're going, so that's that. So yeah, stay tuned to that.
Yeah, my favorite person on TikTok, this guy right here. So go to his TikTok.
So follow for the hottest real estate.
Okay.
Let's go.
And Adam, where can I find you?
Me on Twitter, loudmouth_ETH, and then you can follow me on Instagram at _loudmouth.eth.
Get it.
So that is just about a wrap for the North American Blockchain Summit here. We're going to come back one more time with Frank and I. We're going to wrap up the event, and then we will see you on the internets, my friend. So stay tuned for one last segment with Frank and I, and we'll be back right after this.
Let's freaking grow!
Well, hello there. Welcome back one last time to the North American Blockchain Summit. We're calling it a day, but before we do, I'm here with Frank Kushner, and we're going to talk about what we learned and what pain medication we're going to use for our backs for having sat in the same location for 18 hours over the course of the last couple of days. But hey, you know what? It's been a good show. We had a lot of interesting conversations. What are some of the highlights for you?
Well, I want to start off with a kind of a macro outlook or macro kind of observation. And, I've been coming to a lot of these conventions, these Web3 crypto conventions for a few years now. And I kind of feel like the first few of them were just fun. Everyone, look at me, I've got a project, look at my white paper.
Right.
And as this market has started to mature, more and more actual participants, more and more operators, more and more people that are working with the technology, not just the tokens, are involved. And it has been so refreshing to see all of the technologies that have survived, as well as all the funding sources and all of the use cases that have come to the forefront. And I feel like it's kind of a good kind of base that we've built, and it just feels healthier for sure.
Is it so? Does it feel healthy because we don't have a lot of us? I'm speaking about me like the neckbeards and crazy crypto guys, or is it healthy because there's actually some maturity in the types of companies that show up? What is it that put some more meat on the bone there?
So all the way from the physical attributes and the entertaining personalities, actually, that's great, and I feel like that's going to happen with any company that has any hype,
sizzle,
yeah, or whatever. But now I think it's more of the attitude, personality, and the grinding mentality. It used to be everything was free, and every single operator that I've talked to that is actually somewhat successful, all the way from the startups, which a couple of really fascinating ones that I cannot wait to have on my regular show. But all of the people are talking in a way that I am so all in that I can't get out now if I wanted to, and I don't want to.
Right.
So it wasn't
that
I'm
last
stuck,
part of the sentence is
but
great.
I don't want to. Right? I believe in it,
Yeah.
and I'm going to put my money where my mouth is, and quite frankly, I don't have a choice.
Right.
So it's but luckily, and as the currencies, as the cryptocurrency has recovered a little bit this year. Also, there's a little more breathing room, and more people are interested in continuing that journey.
Right. I've taken heart that the policy question I keep asking everybody. Which I think anybody that watches us a lot knows what my probable answer on that question would have been, and I didn't hear it from anybody. But what I did find heartening is that it was everyone had their own answer. Which means there's a lot of passion for policy in this group. Everyone actually is thinking about the issues. It's not good that there's so many issues to fix. I think that's a clear negative for where we're at. But
some would say that's opportunity. Some would say that's also opportunity, right?
Yeah. But the fact that everyone had an answer to that, even those that had to think about it, because our buddy from
Austin,
he had to think about, well, do I give the answer that I'm personally passionate about or the one that matters to my company?
Yeah. And I think it's a combination of both. I think it's a real combination of both when it comes to people's passions as well as where their where their financial pocketbook lies.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
I still think that and just like you said, the golden rules, where is the regulation going to be the best fit to create a big solid base that the technology can actually launch from.
Right.
And luckily, we've had some pretty amazing speakers here at the conference. Two of the leading presidential candidates. We've had one of the former presidential candidates. We've had numerous senators and statesmen and congressmen. So things are moving. Things are working. Things are moving. Policy's happening, and we had a couple of mergers. We had the merger of a couple of the major
coalitions,
yeah.
lobbyist groups. Yeah. And there was, even for what has been kind of like a sluggish or crab-like market, there has been a lot of real business groups that made their appearances here. A lot of them, I would say, predominantly mining in the group, which I think is somewhat of an affectation of the origins of the TBC. It was, I think, very Bitcoin dominated several years ago, and so there's a lot of that DNA that still exists. But the predecessor organization for the TBC was the NTBA, the North Texas Blockchain Alliance, which was what we would now call Web3 and DeFi dominated. And so I would say maybe 20% of what's here seems to be in that realm, although the ones that are here are fairly, sophisticated and innovative, not just big brands that you might recognize like Uniswap or DAOs or whatnot, but actual startups that are trying to innovate in the space. But yeah, a lot of mining and mining adjacent stuff, and a lot of energy stuff, which is big money and not probably a surprising thing to any Texan that would be an energy focused crowd in a convention of any kind. If it's Comic-Con, there's probably gonna be a lot of energy focused people. Yeah. So, but that was the kind of, is that pretty much what you saw from kind of your survey of the room?
Yeah, and really, maybe energy is the base. Maybe that's the legislation. Maybe that's the play to lock it down on energy utilization, lock it down on strengthening the grid, and then build the technologies based on that. I'm so fascinated with what Fred Thiel talked about and how he's using some of this technology. Obviously it creates a tremendous amount of heat, but that heat actually is being used to facilitate an entire green cycle, which is, I've heard of using, crypto mining machines out in West Texas to flare gas, but I never thought of using it as not only to flare gas, but actually to use that heat to generate something that's going to create
literally the only time I've only
system.
heard of that one other time in all of my coverage of enterprise, and it was when it was one of the first shows that we did at HP's campus at the Palo Alto Research Center, where they were, and they didn't even talk about it on the air. It was so experimental at the time, but they were talking about using data centers to heat stables at ranches in Wyoming or something, during the winter to keep the animals alive. But they were using solid waste from the animals to create fuel for the generators or something. It was some weird circular,
methane. Yeah. Sure.
But it was it's literally the only time I've ever heard of in production a data center actually doing something other than processing data.
I can't wait to look it up online, figure out what the whole life cycle, and seeing the entire green loop for that.
Right.
And I need to go ahead and clarify that Fred did not graduate from Harvard Business School. He took classes there. He went there. So he did mention that after the fact. So I want to go and clarify that and fix that one.
Right. Okay. Well, I'll fire the research guy that put that in there. All right. Well, any other closing thoughts? I think you can stick a fork in me, and they're rolling up the carpets around us.
They're literally chasing us out of here. So no, I think everything was great. I look forward to. I think this was a really good summit. I look forward to Summit 2024, and hope to see you guys all there.
Absolutely. Thanks for joining us, and go watch us on the Merge. Go find us on TikTok. Go download some stuff from Instagram. We're everywhere. You can find us, and we'll join you next week with our regular studio programming. See you then.
T-3, we are go.
Between CZ and SBF, and SBF comes out and he specifically says, don't worry, all of your funds are safe. Now in hindsight, think about how ridiculous that sounds.
The last week and a half has been absolutely crazy, with OpenAI releasing the new ChatGPT software.
Breaking gaming news. The new GTA 6 is going to be play to earn.
First Brexit, now Bitcoin. The Bank of England is creating a central bank digital currency.
Do you think that the government should have a role or should not have a role?
Zero role.
Do you guys think that AI will take over?
I think it will to a certain extent.
but my understanding is they want some company to scan your eyes. For what purpose? I'm not sure. How is it going to work? Through cryptocurrency. Wow.
Look at that, 941.
Wow. You were looking at me like I was crazy.
Yeah, no, I still am.
Well,
this is insane.
more
I
than
can't
one,
believe
but
my
yeah.
eyes. And you're telling me that AI has blown up that much that not only have we gone from the biggest surplus of GPUs to basically almost doubling the value of the company that makes them, and that's cheap.
We no longer have to know how to write a research paper. With AI, it'll write the paper for you as long as you ask it the right questions and tell it what to do.
And what are the true drivers of AI? It could be a trend that lasts for quite a while.
Make enough to cover 100 times your monthly rent.
Yep.
That's $375,000. Yep. Wow, that's a lot of money.
Well, hello there. I'm Mark Risen-Hopkins. I'm a cryptocurrency and blockchain enthusiast who's been studying and learning about the space since 2011. On this episode of Ask Dr. Bitcoin, we're going to cover the basics. We're going to talk about what is blockchain, not this bill. We need to close this loophole. It's an insane loophole. Meme coins are typically much more transparent about their lack of inherent value. They're driven by market sentiment and speculation, yes, but they don't promise guaranteed returns.
Mark Shutt here for Crypto Pulse. Strap yourselves in, we have a lot to cover.